Welcome to Alternate Juror. I'm your host, Debbie. On this channel, we approach trials as any potential juror should approach trials they may be asked to serve on, meaning no outside influence, be it from the media, streaming services, or anywhere else to push a narrative. We will decide the case based solely on the evidence presented in court. We are on day 6 of the Jessy Kurczeweski trial, or the eyedrop unaliving trial. This is Tuesday's testimony. I'm not available to stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so I run a day behind. I will catch up by the end of the week so we can do Monday. We'll be caught up on Monday. She is accused of putting Visine in her 62-year-old friend Lynn Hernan's drink and unaliving her. For you that are new or don't know, YouTube does not like certain words. Jessy maintains that Lynn unalived herself or self-deleted, and that was due to all the illnesses that Lynn had going on. I had to go back and I've started rewatching the opening statements. I kind of ran out of time today because I was running really late. In the description on Court TV's channel about this case, it says in there that Jessy used 6 bottles of Visine in a bottle of water that she gave to Lynn by poisoning her with that and essentially unaliving her. Nowhere so far in this trial has anybody been able to say there was 6 bottles of Visine involved. The medical examiner hasn't been able to say that. All the first responders viewed this as a self-deleting, so they didn't process the Lynn's apartment as a potential crime scene. They processed it as a self-deleting scene. So they didn't collect what was in the trash cans. They don't even know what was in the trash cans. They say they looked, but none of them remember. This was 5 years ago, 2018. In October of 2018, actually. So 5 years ago, none of them remember. So far, that's been the connection I can't make. The head medical examiner stated in her testimony and in her findings, if you go back and watch, I don't remember which day she testified, but it's either day 2 or 3, I believe. But they put up in court a letter she had typed up, and she said that Lynn ingested this Visine or tetrahydrozoline, and it was given to her by somebody else. I don't know how that she knows that. I don't know. I've never drank Visine and have no intention on drinking Visine, so I have no idea if it has any taste to it. I guess would be no. So she wasn't able, other than her just saying that she believes somebody else gave it to Lynn, they haven't connected that for me. The financial aspect of it, they're really starting to lay their case out for that, and they are starting to kind of show that she probably did some of that stuff. I thought it was $144,000. I believe that Court TV has it listed around $250,000. That's why I started watching the state's opening statement again today, and I didn't have time to finish it because I want to see exactly what they say again, and I want to see if he gets up to that number. And I also am curious if he actually said 6 bottles of Visine. Because again, that one, they haven't been able to prove one way or the other, in my opinion. So we have about 8 witnesses to get through today. Some of them are pretty quick. Anthony Posa is going to be number 4. That is Lynn's friend, Corrine Posa, who testified on day 5 on Monday, I believe it was. That's her son. Anthony and Jessy were supposed to split 50-50 Lynn's estate once Lynn had passed away. I think that it's still in probate. It's not been closed anyway. He claims he doesn't want any money, or that there isn't any money to have because Jessy stole it. Sorry. Spoiler alert, I watched a little bit of this yesterday, but not much. Just wanted to kind of have a clue of what was happening. So he was there a couple days later. I think his mom testified that Jessy had called them over to, if they wanted anything out of the apartment, to get it. So he's testifying today. Looks like we have a jailhouse snitch testifying today. I'm always on the fence about those guys, women. Well, this is a woman. You just never know. And then I think there's somebody to do with, how the probate of a will works. And it looks like Anthony Posa's attorney, Elizabeth Taylor, is also taking the stand, and then there's a few other people. These first witnesses are very, very quick, and so still a long day. I have a hard out at 5 o'clock, so no matter where I'm at, I have to end this. So with that, I need to share my screen. That would be great. I'm just kind of a little discombobulated today, but we'll fix it. I hope my audio is good. I tested it twice, so I hope so. I still feel really bad about that very first stream I did, but growing pains, right? We can't all be perfect at the beginning of something we've never done before, but I'm learning, and I hope I'm improving every day. So let's get this started. I'm not sure if there's any audio just yet. Heard the audio yesterday was a little bit late coming up in the court. But yeah, other than that, we're ready.
You needed, all right, but everything you need today, Attorney Galaviz has on his computer?
I hope so.
Well, we had overnight, so I hope so as well. Okay, then, all right, Madam Clerk, bring the jury up.
In case you don't remember, Attorney Kukler, I think is her name, the defense attorney sitting by Jessy, her computer suddenly broke Monday during lunch.
If for some reason something's not there and you've given Madam Clerk the flash drive, we can always accommodate and help you pull it up too. Just let us know.
So she didn't drop it or anything. It just quit. And she had like a terabyte, I think, of information about this case on that. So they're struggling. And Attorney Galaviz on the end there by Attorney Kukler, he's just disorganized. Seems a little absent-minded. Anyway, so he doesn't need any help making anything worse. He's not my favorite out of this group. And neither is the guy sitting in the dark suit next to him. That looks like he's going to be doing a lot today. Yay! He's also not my favorite. So, ought to be fun times. But it also might mean I might get to speak these guys up a little bit more than normal because they both speak really, really slow. Just looking tired again. But I probably would be too. I can't imagine being in her shoes. And again,
thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
She's the one that knows if she did it or if she didn't.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first of all, good morning on this snowy day, and it was slippery out there, so we're glad you are all here in one piece. Yesterday, during Mr. Craig's testimony, there was reference to an exhibit that was marked as 183 and then 186, and for those of you who take notes, it's only 183, so I told the parties I would let you know that. All right, with that, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Stahl.
Good morning, officer. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. And my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat. When you are seated, the first thing that I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Francis, Francis, last name Stahl, Stahl.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Officer Stahl, how are you employed?
Through the city of Cudahy as a police officer.
All right, how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
About 37 years.
All right. I want to direct your attention to the fall of
Hopefully he's
2010.
not
Were you
him.
employed with the city of Cudahy
Hopefully
Police
the
Department at that
officer's
time?
audio
Yes.
isn't too fast.
I want to specifically direct your attention to September 16th, 2010. On that date, did you receive a phone call from Prime Financial Credit Union?
Yes.
What did you receive a phone call about?
The phone call, I was actually at Prime Financial at the time, speaking with one of the employees there, and we received a call in that person's office that the person that I was there investigating a complaint for had entered the building and was there presently.
Okay. What were you investigating in regards to a complaint?
A fraud case.
Okay. And who is the suspect of that fraud case?
Jessy Kurczeweski.
Okay. What sort of information was provided to the credit union that sparked this investigation?
There were, via fax, driver's license, a social security card, and a We Energies bill that were faxed to the credit union.
What caused them concern on that?
The main thing was, I can't recall exactly, but it was either the director or the chief that had recognized the defendant's name as someone who had tried to open an account once before and that red flagged them, so.
Okay. Ultimately, so that energy bill, social security, and driver's license were they used to try to open a new account?
Correct.
Under what name were they trying to open that account?
That was Arvila Schultz.
Okay.
Can you spell that, please?
I believe it's ARIVILLASHOULTS.
Thank you.
Yes.
When you were at the Prime Financial Credit Union, based on that information, what did you do next?
Based on that information, I actually took the defendant into custody.
Okay. What did you do then?
We transported to the station where I can Mirandized and conducted an interview.
What did Ms. Kurczeweski have to say about this situation?
She was upright, honest, and admitted that yes, she did in fact attempt to open the account in another person's name.
So she admitted to trying to open an account under Ms. Schultz's name. Is that
Correct. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. And she tried to open that account utilizing that social security number, energy bill, and driver's license.
Correct.
Did she talk to you about altering any of that documentation, or was that actually Ms. Schultz's documentation?
No, the defendant actually said that I believe she even used her own driver's license, but was able to alter it looking at that of Arvila Schultz. Yes.
Do you know how Ms. Kurczeweski was able to obtain Ms. Schultz's information?
Yes, she actually lived above Ms. Schultz for, I don't know what extended time, but there was a period that she moved in with one of Ms. Schultz's daughters that lived upstairs from them. It was like a duplex, I guess.
Okay. After this account was opened or tried to be opened, did Ms. Kurczeweski try to get her name added to this account?
Yes.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski have Ms. Schultz consent to open, or to use her information to open this bank account?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Stahl.
Thank you.
And Cross.
Again, Officer, Ms. Kurczeweski you said was honest and admitted what you did?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Shortest cross-examination ever by this guy. Sorry for
You're already asked
80.
for release
I
from the
haven't had any lunch,
Objection.
so.
All right, you are released from your
Simple
subpoena, sir. Thank you.
but I'll mute
Statement called to next
so I can
witness.
crunch.
State call is Leslie Booton, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up to the front of the courtroom to my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in. Over.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. My name is Leslie Bouton, Leslie, Bouton, Bouton.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Bouton. How are you?
Good morning.
How is it you're employed?
I am employed at Robert Hack Diamonds.
And what do you do for Robert Hack
I'm
Diamonds?
one of the managers,
And how long have you been a manager there?
35 years.
And what sort of business does Robert Hack do?
We are a full-service jeweler. We buy gold from the public, we sell jewelry, we do appraisals, we do repairs, anything that a full-service jeweler would do.
Okay. Sometime around October or November of 2018, did a detective from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department come speak with you at Robert Hack Diamonds?
Yes,
And were they interested in sort of the aspect of your business that buys gold or jewelry from people?
yes,
Okay. And did they ask you to pull some transaction records?
yes,
Do you at Robert Hack keep transaction records in the normal course of your business?
yes.
Why do you do that?
It's asked of us to do. Record keeping is important.
Okay. And could I bring up Exhibit 88 for the witness, please?
I see a blue screen.
Bear with us, Ms. Bouton. We're just figuring out the computers today.
It was there. There it is.
It's not, I see it's not on the defense screen.
Well, check your monitor, please. It keeps, it went off.
We don't see it.
Right, I don't see it either. It was on and then it went off. I don't know what's happening with the connection. It appears to be the table and not the folks using the technology.
You're ready to do it the old-fashioned way.
Where's our document camera if they need it? Oh, it's next to me, Teresa.
It's working now, Judge.
Okay, good. It's back on.
Okay.
Well, he needs to look at that.
Just in case. Is that up on your screen now, Ms. Bouton?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you recognize what Exhibit 88 is?
Yes.
What is it?
And chooses to sell an item, we fill out this property transaction record.
Okay. And could we move to Exhibit 89, please? And Ms. Bouton, do you now see Exhibit 89 on your screen?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is, we have to import every buy that we do within 24 hours. I don't know if this was the Newper system or the Leads Online, but we import it so that the municipalities can see what we purchased if there's an issue.
Okay. And is there, in fact, a photograph of the item you purchased on Exhibit 89?
Very blurry, but yes, there is.
Okay. And in the top middle of that form, is there a transaction number?
Yes,
And what is that transaction number, please?
91569.
And if we go back to Exhibit 88, do you see a transaction report number on that form as well?
Yes, 91569.
So does that mean Exhibit 88 and 89 are linked together?
Can we go back to the other one, please?
Yes, 89, please.
Yes,
Okay, and so at this time, Your Honor, I'd move Exhibits 88 and 89 into evidence, and I would ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibits 88 and 89 are received. Permission to publish granted.
I'll just wait for a thumbs up from the jury box that they have it on their screens. Okay, thank you.
At least that one's quick today.
All right, Ms. Bouton, as we go through Exhibit 88, can you determine who the person that was selling this item was?
Yes.
Who is that?
Jessy Kurczeweski.
Okay. Do you know who that person is?
I do not.
Okay, just a customer that came in to sell something.
Correct.
And on what day was this particular transaction made?
October 22nd of 2018.
Okay. And in the middle section, is the person selling an item required to tell Robert Hack Diamonds how long they've owned an item?
Yes, they are.
Why do they have to disclose that?
Well, the municipality that oversees our buying operation, which would be Greenfield, this is their form, this is what they request of us. So we ask all if the item is owned by them, if it was found, and how long they have owned it.
Okay. And what was the seller's response to how long they've owned this particular item?
2.5 months.
Okay, now if we could publish Exhibit 89, please, Mr. Wolfenier. Thank you. Now, Ms. Bouton, again, this is a different form that's linked to Exhibit 88, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about the same sale of an item? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, there's a verbal description of the item on this form, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that description of this particular item?
Yellow gold men's heavy link yellow gold bracelet, 10/23 of 18, imported by me.
Okay. And you said there's a photograph, albeit a grainy one, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's a photo you at Robert Hack takes of the item?
Correct.
Okay. If I showed you what's previously been put into evidence as Exhibit 46, do you believe you can see the same gold bracelet in that exhibit?
You want to pop back to the other one real quick for me?
Sure. Exhibit 89, please.
Yes.
Okay. And if we go back to Exhibit 46, can you can touch your screen and show the jury where you see that bracelet in that exhibit?
Right here.
All right. And you've drawn a red line sort of in the middle of the picture. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much. We can clear the screen. All right. And now if I could just show the witness Exhibit 90, please. Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at in Exhibit 90, if you know?
We are looking at another property transaction record, another sale by the same person on 10/26 of 2018.
Okay, so a couple days later than that last transaction we just talked about?
Correct?
And if we switch to Exhibit 91 for the witness, please? Again, is this a corresponding transaction report?
Yes.
All right. And I'm sorry, are these fair and accurate representations of this particular October 26th transaction?
Appears to be.
Okay, I would move Exhibits 90 and 91 into evidence, Your Honor, and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibits 90 and 91 are received. Permission to publish granted.
All right, and again, same kind of questions, Ms. Bouton. Again, Ms. Kurczeweski was asked to declare how long she's owned this item or items, correct?
Correct?
And what was her response?
3 months.
And if we go to Exhibit 91, please. Again, we have a verbal description and albeit grainy pictures of what these items are, correct?
Yes.
What were these items?
White gold diamond ladies bracelet with round white stones, prong set stones.
Okay. And in fact, we see that Ms. Kurczeweski gave an address, correct?
Yes.
In what city was that address she gave?
Franklin.
Okay. And if, again, if we could take that down and show just the witness Exhibit 92, please. Do you see that exhibit now?
Yes.
And again, what are we looking at there?
A property transaction record of a sale that took place January 4th of 2019.
And who was it a transaction with?
Jessy Kurczeweski.
Okay. Same person in the first two transactions?
Correct?
All right. And if we move to Exhibit 93 briefly, are you able to link that item up with Exhibit 92 based on that transaction number?
Yes.
And are these a fair and accurate depiction of the transaction on January 4th of 2019?
Yes.
All right, I'd move in Exhibits 92 and 93 and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibits 92 and 93 are received. Permission to publish granted.
Thank you. Thank you. It's up in the jury box now. Again, as we go through this, can you just tell us how long Ms. Kurczeweski stated she owned this particular item that was being sold?
6 months.
And if we can switch to Exhibit 93, please. Again, what is the sort of verbal description of these items that were being sold?
Looks like a bracelet, yellow gold, one yellow gold S-link ladies bracelet with round stones. Second, yellow gold, two-tone gents wedding ring with a row of round white stones channel set. And the second one was a yellow gold ladies ring with 14 round prong set white stones.
Okay, with that sort of verbal description in mind and that black and white photograph that was provided, if we go to Exhibit 46 again, do you think you can see those rings in this photograph?
I can see rings in the photograph. I don't know which ones go with that because I'm not looking at the top of them, I'm looking at the side of them. I can see the bracelets though.
Okay, the bracelets in that second transaction we talked about?
Yes,
And just circle those briefly.
the bracelets.
Yes, please. Okay, those are the bracelets that were sold that we discussed?
Is that a yes? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Do any of those rings at the bottom of page 46 appear at least consistent with that third transaction report you just looked at?
Yes, consistent.
Which ones look consistent?
Circle?
Yes, please. All right, you've circled, as you're looking at the photograph, the two rings on the furthest right. Is that fair?
Correct.
And actually, Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind, would you please capture this annotation? And I believe I would ask that this be marked Exhibit 46B. Your Honor, once that is done, I would move Exhibit 46B into evidence as well.
No objection.
Exhibit 46B is received.
Yes, please. Thank you. And Ms. Bouton, my final question for you is, when a person comes in and fills out these transaction reports, is there any way for you at Robert Half to verify how long a person has owned an item, for example?
We cannot verify how long someone has owned the item. No, we simply ask them.
Okay, and then you keep documentation of
We
their responses.
documented absolutely what they say.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Those are all the questions I have.
Any cross?
Just a few questions, Judge. Ma'am, are you the one that filled out each one of these exhibits that you were shown by the state?
No, I'm not.
Who filled them out?
There were 3 different staff members on them.
So each transaction was handled by a different employee.
Correct.
And it seems like whoever filled out is a person who is handling the transaction on behalf of your jewelry store, are they the ones who fill out the form?
Yes,
So all the handwriting on these property transactions are done by your employees?
correct.
How do they verify the name, driver's license number, and address of the person or the customer?
We take one of 3 forms of identification: a valid driver's license, a passport, or a valid state ID.
So each transaction handled by your employee, the customer appeared to be given the same name, address, driver's license, correct?
Appears so, yes.
There didn't appear to be any kind of fraud with that information, correct?
No.
And I noticed on one of your exhibits, I think it was number 92. Could you pull that up, please?
Sure, we can do that.
Where it says, in the middle section, it talks about, is the article totally owned by you? And it says yes, correct?
Correct?
And it says, was the article found by you? And it says no.
Correct?
And it says, give details, and it's empty blank, correct?
Correct. So I can explain.
Well, let me bring up another exhibit. Could you bring up exhibit number 92?
This is 92.
Or exhibit number 90? Again, on that form, it says your employee took on the word Lynn Hernan aunt.
Correct.
So sometimes some employees ask more information in regards with the customer than other employees. Is that safe to say?
I think it's more safe to say that sometimes the client offers more information to us and we jot it down.
So in this transaction, the client or customer provided the detail that the item was given by her aunt Lynn Hernan.
Correct.
United States, is that someone?
Sustained, rephrase.
Well, on that exhibit, what was written down when it says give details?
Lynn Hernan aunt.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step.
So that was Lynn Hernan's jewelry that Jessy was selling, if you didn't pick up on that. And they're trying to make an issue about, so that was in October and January after Lynn's passing, and Jessy saying that she had owned that stuff for 2 months, or 2.5 months, 3 months, 6 months, whatever. That, to me, that's not that big of a deal. I mean, if she stole the jewelry, that's a big deal. But if she was to have the jewelry and then she was going to sell the jewelry. To me, if she said that she owned it 3 months, 6 months, whatever, maybe she just didn't want to be like, yeah, well, she just died and I don't want it, so I'm selling it, and didn't want any issues around that. So, yes, she lied. However, it's kind of one of those little lies that I don't know that it's all that big of a deal. But she sold the jewelry and that's there. And that bracelet for sure has been the topic of conversation of who was supposed to get that. And my question is, why didn't they, if that was Lynn's brother, was supposed to have that bracelet, Keith? Jessy, and by their own admission, Jessy invited, not Lynn's brother, I'm sorry, Corrine's brother, Keith. And by Corrine, her own admission, Jessy called to have them come over after Lynn's passing to get what they wanted. Why did she not get it then or ask for it? That was never stated. She just said they don't have it. So, next.
Thank you.
I would ask that Ms. Bouton be released from her subpoenas.
No objection.
All right, thank you. You are released from your subpoena.
This is the jailhouse informant.
Statement calls next witness.
The state calls Magdalena Sabaniak.
Before you bring her up, can I just see the attorneys at sidebar for a second?
And I would say this has to go to the fact that Jesse's prior time in jail, prison, crimes cannot be brought in. And so they're going to have to kind of dance around the questioning very carefully here because that cannot be brought in. And I'm sure that's what they're discussing on how they're going to do that. Because this woman probably doesn't know that. Maybe she does. I'm not sure. But yes, so I think it was maybe Monday. I don't remember which day of testimony that we learned about Jessy having a record before all this happened. And that none of it can be brought in. So don't know what it was for.
Good morning, Ms. Saboniak. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is all the way to the front, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. And then the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Magdalena Saboniak, Magdalena
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Saboniak, thank you for being here this morning. I just have a few pretty specific questions to ask you, okay?
Sure.
Have you ever met someone named Jessy Kurczeweski?
Yes, I have.
Do you, in fact, see her in the courtroom today at the defense table?
I do.
Okay. When you met Ms. Kurczeweski, were you both in a custodial setting?
Yes.
Okay. Was that here at the Waukesha County Jail?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, speaking of that, have you been convicted of a crime before?
I have.
How many times?
5 times.
Okay. So, at some point in time, did you actually ask to speak with a detective from the Sheriff's Department about Ms. Kurczeweski?
I did.
Would that have been around January of this year?
I believe so.
Okay.
Ooh,
And
Miss
were you
Okay
able to
is
meet
back.
with Detective
We're up to, like,
Plennis?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, around that time, were you housed with Ms. Kurczeweski in the jail?
Not at that point.
Okay. Had you been previously?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember roughly what time frame that would have been, or how long ago from the interview it had been?
I believe I was moved in November. And I met with Detective Plenez in January.
Okay. So if the meeting was in January of this year, then you think that you were moved in November of 2022?
I believe so.
And at the point in which you were moved, were you moved away from Ms. Kurczeweski or in with her?
Away from.
Okay. So prior to November of 2022, how long would you say you were in the same housing unit as Ms. Kurczeweski?
I don't know the exact time frame.
Was it more than a day?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It was months. I mean, I got to Waukesha, spent a few weeks in the regular pod housing, and then I got moved to pod 3, which she was housed in.
Okay. When you were in the same housing location, did Ms. Kurczeweski ever talk about someone named Lynn Hernan?
Yes, she did quite often.
Did she talk about her to you?
Yes.
What would she say about her generally?
Generally, she'd just talk about her case and talk about her good friend, about her passing, and just basics of what she was accused of, what she did, what she claimed to not do.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski ever tell you how Lynn Hernan died?
She said that it was in her belief that Lynn died from taking her own medication and taking too much.
Okay. When Ms. Kurczeweski would talk about Lynn Hernan, did Ms. Hernan's finances ever come up, or the money situation with Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
And what would Ms. Kurczeweski say about that?
That somehow she gained power of attorney, and she was in charge of writing all her checks, paying for all her bills, taking care of all of her finances. She was basically in charge of she had full access to all of her accounts, all of her money. I don't even know if Lynn would check up on what the money was going to.
What did Ms. Kurczeweski say about where the money was going to?
She said she would take care of the bills for Lynn. However, she also had gambling habits. She would go to Potawatomi. She would spend days there with her boyfriend. She would only play high-limit Texas Hold'em. She would lose a lot of money. She would have to compensate with this, so she would write checks. She would she would say she had permission to write checks to redo the house for her boyfriend, redo the kids' rooms, redo all their clothing. That's why she didn't care, when the boyfriend didn't like her spending a certain amount of money, and she'd have to redo all the pictures, all the furniture, everything like that. And I'm just wondering how you can spend all this money and not care that you have to redo the whole house.
When you said that, I think you said she would write checks, who would write what checks?
That she would write checks because she had the power of attorney. So she could write checks to herself, or she could write checks to cash and sign for herself because she had access to the bank accounts.
Whose accounts, whose checks?
These were Lynn Hernan's.
Okay. And did Ms. Kurczeweski say that she did in fact write herself checks sometimes?
Yes.
Okay. Did there ever come a time when Ms. Kurczeweski talked to you about handwriting?
Yes, she said that her and her attorneys requested the FBI handwriting analysis, and they were waiting on that. It got pushed back, so she was quite upset about that. She finally went and did the analysis, and I remember when she came back from it, she was quite upset, shaken. She used my account, which she did quite often, to make phone calls so people wouldn't listen to what she was talking about. She made a phone call to somebody crying. And then we always sat together. It was just me and her, eating or whatnot, sitting and talking. And she had explained that she was under the impression that she would have various paragraphs to do the analysis on, like separate pages, do paragraphs so she could maybe change her writing. But this was like a stack of maybe 100 papers, and it was the same sentence over and over again. So she was quite upset about that. In fact, she was crying, I believe, that day when she came back. And then she was crying when she made that phone call on my account. So she was upset because this was the same thing and she couldn't change her writing.
Okay. Were you ever able to be at any court appearances with Ms. Kurczeweski about her case?
Was I able to what?
Were you ever able to be in court when a hearing would happen about this case?
No.
Were you able to follow the case at all in media or news?
I was incarcerated the entire time, so.
Okay. Did anyone else ever talk to you about this FBI handwriting analysis other than Ms. Kurczeweski?
No, she was the only one that talked about her case to me. She's the only one that actually bragged about why she was in here. She's the one that told me why she was in here, bragged about her bail, that she's been in here so long. I mean, I didn't know about the case from anybody but her.
Okay. When when you would talk with Ms. Kurczeweski, did the idea of a car title loan ever get discussed?
Yes.
And what was discussed about that?
That was her original crime that she said she maxed out at TCI, Tachita Correctional Institute, because she said she had, I believe, a Mitsubishi Eclipse that she had a title for, and she created one or two additional fake titles and took out loans on the original title and then on these fake titles, and said she claimed once she got found out or busted that she didn't know she could take out additional loans on these duplicate titles she made. So she told me she made the titles, took out one loan, took out another loan when she already had.
Sidebar, please.
Sure.
Well, one thing that's different is Jesse's ex-boyfriend has already testified to their time at the casino, and he talked about them playing slot machines, but I don't know that he ever mentioned these only playing high stakes Texas Hold'em. So that's not the same. And why would somebody go in and brag about, like, here's my case and tell you all about it, knowing full well you could be called to testify against them? And why would anybody who's incarcerated think just because you use somebody else's account that they're not going to hear your call? Why would she not think her calls are recorded? So that doesn't make sense. I don't know. She's the third case I've watched with a jailhouse snitch or prison snitch or whatever they're called. I believed one. I didn't believe the other one, and I'm not sure about her.
All right, thank you. Attorney Nicolai, your next question.
Thank you. At a point in time, Mr. Boniak, did you ever talk with Ms. Kurczeweski about wanting to be able to have a new identity
Yes.
for yourself?
Yes.
Okay. What did Ms. Kurczeweski say or offer regarding that topic specifically?
She was very proud of the fact that she worked in a dental office, but she was more proud of the fact that she could create these documents, and she was so good at forging documents that she could create a new identity, not for herself, because she would claim she would go out of the country to get her own identity, but for me, she could do a new identity and years of banking history. I believe the promise was to get the truck, part of a payment for the truck, my truck, that she wanted for the man who was, or the 20-year-old that was incarcerated here, that she liked, that she had living with somebody that was previously incarcerated here.
Let me check, Your Honor, this is vague, confusing.
Let me just ask some
Sorry.
specific questions, okay?
So the objection is sustained. Please
I apologize.
So during this discussion, did Ms. Kurczeweski say that she could make you a new bank history?
Yes.
Did she say she could create a work history for this
Yes.
new identity? Did she tell you how she was able to do that?
No.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
I thank you, Cross.
Jesse never did create any of these things for you, true?
Correct.
And you said that she went out of the country to get her own identity?
No, she said if she was going to get a new identity for herself, if she ever got released on bail, she would go out of the country, that she researched it and.
Okay, so you're not claiming that she went out of the country?
Correct.
And you were housed in the Waukesha County Jail with Jesse?
Yes, I was.
And when you talked about Jesse coming back from court hearings, you weren't in the courtroom for the court hearings? True?
No, I was not.
Because you were sitting in the jail, right?
Yes.
But after court, isn't it true that you'd all watch the TV and the news about what had happened in court? That was common in the jail to watch TV.
Not myself. I would be walking and listening to music all day long. I wouldn't even sit to watch TV when Jesse would ask me to.
You listen to music all day long, but yet you have these long, elaborate conversations with Jesse.
Absolutely. That's the only time I would stop my walking.
And when you were in the jail with Jesse, you could see her paperwork, right?
She would actually get called out.
Just yes or no?
No.
When you were in the, so when you wrote to the law enforcement and indicated you wanted to talk to them because you had information, right?
Yes,
And you said you've been convicted of crimes how many times? Did you
5
say?
times.
5? And one of the things that happens at the jail is, you know, that if police, law enforcement talk to you and you've got information to share with them, you might be able to get some credit. True?
I'm not sure.
You
I've
know,
never spoken to anybody or gotten any credit for anything, so I'm not sure how it works.
you said you've been in custody the entire time that this case has been pending, so you weren't able to ever come to court. So you're saying right now, as you sit there, you're in custody?
No, I'm not in custody, but when I was in custody, this is the first time I've been in custody, so I don't know how this works. I asked to speak to a detective. I don't know how these things work.
Well, the state's suggesting that you would have no way of knowing anything about this case, and that's clear to me that you're not in custody right now.
Correct,
You could have researched this case, right?
I suppose.
When you were in jail and you met with a detective, it was Detective Plennis, is that who you met with?
Yes,
You also provided information on another case, true?
not another case, no.
Okay. Were you interested in knowing what kind of incentives you could get for cooperating?
I believe I asked if I cooperated, if I could get anything in return. I believe that was my first question.
Okay, so that's what I was asking you about before.
I said I don't know how it works. I didn't say if I asked or not.
I see. Okay. So you did ask, though, if there were
It's a
any
wordplay
incentives that
with
you
the
could
attorney
receive
and lost.
for cooperation, true?
Correct.
For example, you wanted the detective to reach out to other district attorneys, true?
I didn't necessarily say that. I asked if I could get help with my other case.
You wanted the detectives, you asked if there was something they could do for you to avoid going to prison, true?
I'm not certain if that was at the time. I believe it was asking about my other open case because I already had lost my, I believe I already lost my revocation.
You'd agree with me that one of the things you were hoping to avoid was going to prison,
Of course,
right?
of course. But I'm not sure if that was the exact question, is all I'm saying.
And when you finished your interview with law enforcement, they indicated, or they agreed they would tell your lawyer, tell other district attorneys about your cooperation.
All they said is they could say that I cooperated. There could be no deals. There could be no incentives.
They told you that they would advise other people that you cooperated, true?
They said that.
Is that a yes or a no? Either they did or they didn't.
I'm not sure.
Answer the question that's being asked.
Isn't it true that the detectives told you that they would reach out to others and advise them about your cooperation?
I suppose.
Thank you.
What's that mean? That means yes.
Any redirect?
Just briefly,
Mrs. Okay.
Mr. Boniak, the things that you testified about today, are they consistent with what you told Detective Plennis in January of this year?
Yes.
So has anything that you've said today something that you made up based on watching the news since you've been out?
No.
Okay. Did you get time cut off of any sentence for this information?
Absolutely not.
Did you get any benefit on any other case you may have had or have because of this cooperation?
Absolutely not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
So this is what I don't like, because I watched a trial and that was from Kenosha with Judge Schrader, who did the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. He was not the same Judge Schrader. He had had a fall. He had a head injury. He was not the same judge. I believe they may have even had to bring him out of retirement to try this case because I think it had already had a mistrial. Oh, hang on a second. I was going to do this real quick. So the D-Day there, he is one of the biggest reasons I have it. I'm so hard on prosecutors because he is awful. He's slimy, he's shady. He's just he's not a good dude. And you trust me, you don't ever want to have him in trying your case because he will pull out all the stops and he will do whatever to get a conviction. He brought in a prison snitch or jailhouse snitch and to testify against this guy named Zachariah Anderson. And I probably will maybe replay this trial at some point because after this trial happened and the verdict happened, I couldn't even watch trials for a couple of months because it just was so hard. And most of the attorneys that did that trial did not watch any trials for a while after that either. This guy, I can't remember what his name was, but he was facing some serious time. He had some serious drug charges. I think he was a repeat offender. You know, we're talking a decade or more in prison. He came in with this ridiculous story of Zachariah having a nightmare and screaming out, you know, die, 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 mother effer, because Zachariah Anderson is accused of killing somebody whose body they have never found. It's a whole thing. The trial is crazy, and it's really sad because they did find him guilty with literally no evidence. And this guy. As this prison snitch is up there testifying, the camera zooms back to Mr. Gravely, the prosecutor. He is mouthing the words he is saying as he's saying them. So his witness is up on the stand. He is questioning him. Michael Gravely is questioning him. He's sitting in his chair and he is saying the exact thing as, you know, he is mouthing, die, 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 mother effer, just as this guy is also saying it. Found out later, this guy too was questioned. Are you getting anything, you know, for this? No, 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 no. This guy, this prison snitch that helped put this other guy who I honestly 100% believe is innocent in prison for life is out. So, and there was another prison snitch, the only one I probably believed, he testified for the defense that this guy would say anything to get any deal. And he clearly was not getting any deals, and he probably got the book thrown at him for trying to come out and do the right thing. So I don't, this woman was not credible to me. I thought the defense attorney did a good job of poking holes in her credibility, and she would be marked off my list as far as anything goes. I mean, obviously, if Jessy's creating fake documents, she's not that good at it, or she wouldn't be in jail. She would have never got caught if she was so great at it. And if she got released on bail, she can't just leave the country. There's, you know, they would kind of have problems with that. Prosecutors that are prosecuting you would have some problems if you just left the jail. So I don't know what you guys think about her. I thought that her credibility went down the tubes pretty quick. Take her off the screen here because we certainly don't need to see her. Let me put this back up and get going again. But yeah, so if the Zachariah Anderson case, his family is fighting really hard for him. A lot of the attorneys are fighting really hard for him to raise money to get the court transcripts, because those cost a lot. I mean, I was amazed at how much, several thousands of dollars and up, depending on how long your trial is. So they're trying to raise money for that. If I had money, trust me, if I had like Elon money, I would get them investigators, because nobody's even sure this guy is dead. I just don't know that he just didn't disappear himself, because the case is crazy. I hope the truth comes out, and if we're all being fooled by Mr. Anderson, which I don't believe we are, then okay, good on him, he got us. But I hope that everything gets straightened out, and that he if he is innocent, he gets released, because I don't believe he ever should have been convicted. So, but back to this case in Wisconsin. Wisconsin gives us some doozies.
I'd ask that you release from subpoena.
No objection.
All right, thank you. You are released from your subpoena. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you just heard testimony that at times Jessy Kurczeweski was in a custodial setting. Her custodial setting does not have any bearing on her guilt or innocence and should not be used against her in any way. All right, the statement called its next witness then.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Anthony Poza.
My own. Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. And my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Anthony Poza, Anthony, Poza, Pozza.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Poza. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
How old are you as you sit here today?
26.
And what do you do for a living?
Work on old motorcycles.
Did you go to college before going into that employment?
I did.
Did you graduate college?
I did.
What is your degree in?
Supply chain management and marketing.
What years were you in college for?
2016 to 2020.
And where did you go to college?
University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee at Waukesha and Milwaukee.
Okay, so you started at Waukesha, finished at Milwaukee.
Correct.
What years were you at the Waukesha campus?
2016 to 2017.
Do you know Lynn Hernan?
Absolutely.
How did you know Lynn Hernan?
I've known her since birth. She was like a aunt, family friend. Close. Saw her on every holiday and birthdays and stuff like that.
So on those birthdays and holidays, would you all get together, or was it phone calls, or just sending cards in the mail?
We'd always get together on my birthday. My mom would have parties and stuff, and she would always show up. I'd always depend on Aunt Lenny.
Did that tail off as you got older?
As I got older into high school, it was a lot more phone calls. But as I got into college, I'd go and see her at her residence in Milwaukee.
Okay. How often would you say you went and visited her?
Once or twice a month.
And was that while you were at the Waukesha campus?
Correct.
So that was 2016 and 2017?
Yes.
And how was it you would go visit her?
I would just drive over there for lunch because I had a long lunch break, and she'd usually offer me food or whatever was in the fridge, and it was just a cool place to hang out, I guess, away from campus, and but still close enough to where I could get back to class pretty quick.
Okay. So it was kind of between classes over the lunch?
Yeah.
When you went there, you said she would kind of make you food or let you go into the fridge and things like that?
Absolutely.
Would you guys sit and talk?
Yes.
What kind of things would you talk about?
Usually old movies and stuff. We both really liked, like Wizard of Oz and Godfather and Scarface and all of like the 80s and actually is back as far as the 50s. We'd watch all sorts of crazy movies together.
Okay. Did you know Lynn's hobbies outside of old movies?
Yeah, she liked to have fun with my mom on the water. She loved the lake, and for a while she was living in various lakes as I grew up in like the Muskego, Mukwonago area.
Okay. Was she crafty at all?
Oh yeah, she could reupholster anything. She made by.
Okay. Was she a big home repair person?
Yes and no.
Did you ever see her with power tools out and say, Lynn, what are you doing with that drill or that saw today?
No.
Okay. What about guns? Did you ever know Lynn to have an interest in firearms?
No.
Not at all?
No.
What about those movies you talked about, though, like Godfather and Scarface?
It was just a movie, it's just stuff we're watching, but she loved those movies, absolutely.
Okay. So she was never talking about
No.
trying to get guns or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever see any guns at Lynn's house?
No.
Let's talk about Lynn and technology for a second. Was Lynn technological at all?
No, I mean, if I had to show her pictures on my phone, and usually my phone was so cracked up, she'd say, "Oh, you have to go, print those out. I want this picture, that picture." And she didn't have anything really. There was no sending stuff to her via email or even text message. There was none of that. You just called her.
Okay. Did Lynn have a computer?
No,
Did she have a phone that could access the internet?
no, not that I'm aware of.
Do you know what kind of phone she had?
Flip phone,
When you would visit her at lunch, was she just kind of sending text messages all the time, staring down at her phone?
never. I mean, if I was there, it was pretty much one-on-one. That was what was nice is kids in my generation are always on their phones, so it's like not having a person to talk to, and you'd always talk to Lynn, absolutely.
And on these occasions you would go over between classes, was that because Lynn invited you or would you just drop by?
I would just drop by most of the time.
Were there any times you told Lynn ahead of time, hey, I think I'm stopping by, and she told you don't come?
Sure,
How many times would you say that happened?
2 or 3, and then on one of those occasions I just stopped by anyway because I knew she wouldn't be mad if I just showed up.
So you did show up on at least one occasion where she told you not to?
Yeah.
And was Lynn mad about that?
No, she just kind of, gave me crap about it and was like, "Yeah, I told you I'm not looking that great today." And I said, "It doesn't matter. I just want to hang out with you, making sure you're all right."
Did she let you come in?
Yeah.
Did you sit and have a conversation?
Yep.
Did she kick you out after a short time?
Well, no, I just had to go back to class.
Okay. So it was pretty normal other than her saying she didn't look very good.
Yeah.
Was that something Lynn was kind of thinking about a lot, how she looked?
Towards, yeah, when I was in college, she did.
Okay. Was she a person that liked to look good?
Yeah, she always liked looking good.
She was a hairstylist, right?
Yeah.
Did she do makeup?
I think way back in the day, but that was before I was born.
Okay. She wear jewelry when you saw her?
Yeah, she always had like gaudy costume jewelry on. That was just kind of old school stuff.
Okay.
Not anything extravagant, just costume stuff most of the time.
On any of those occasions you just dropped by, even if Lynn told you not to, was that because somebody told you, hey, Anthony, go visit Lynn, she's lonely and sad, or anything like that?
No, I was always on my own accord. There was a couple times I'd go there with my mom, and she'd say, we need to see Aunt Lenny. It's 2 months after a holiday. We got to, exchange gifts. She's been wanting to see you, blah, blah, blah. And that was, the few times that, it wasn't like I got guilted into it. I wanted to see her.
You like seeing Lynn?
Yeah,
You miss Lynn?
absolutely.
So you're obviously aware that Lynn passed away in October of 2018, correct?
Yes.
You remember how you found out the news?
Jessy Kurczeweski called me, I think, the day of.
Do you remember about what time?
I don't recall.
It was a phone call though, not a text message or something like that?
No, it was a phone call.
Is there anything that you recall about that phone call in particular?
Just that she had called me to say that, Lynn Hernan had passed away and that I was on this will and that, that we'd have to get together in the next couple days.
Well, let's walk through that. Was it just that fast? She told you Lynn died and then got right to...
I mean, there was a little bit more conversation to it, but I don't remember the details of everything I said.
Do you remember how you felt when you heard that news?
I was devastated. My family was devastated. I mean, I'm close with my aunt and uncle and my parents, so, I mean, we all just were pretty shocked because my uncle talked to Lynn every day, so it was just odd.
You remember in that moment hearing this news and feeling devastated? Did you want to talk about the will and needing to get together to talk
No,
about
I
it?
didn't want to talk about any of that. Lynn would bring that up to me when I go see her in college, and I usually shut the conversation down because it was just kind of awkward. I didn't want it. I wanted her here, not any of her things. I mean, and as far as I knew, she didn't have that much stuff.
So when Ms. Kurczeweski kind of moved right into talking about the will and needing to get together, what were you feeling?
I felt like it was a little rushed, but I also understood like the stress of, in a estate, when you're dealing with an estate. So I just figured maybe she just wanted to get on with it and move on. And I just didn't know much.
Did you know prior to Ms. Kurczeweski telling you that you were a beneficiary of Lynn Hernan's estate?
I knew I was on her will, but I didn't know to what degree.
Okay. And you said Lynn would bring that up sometimes when you would have these like lunchtime conversations.
Yes.
You remember how she would bring it up?
It was always like really, we'd be in the middle of a conversation and she would, talk to me about, money she put places and that if something ever happened to her to, make sure to grab it. And like I said, it was always very awkward conversations that I honestly dismissed 95 to 99% of the time.
Okay. So she would bring it up in the sense of if something happens to me.
Right.
Did you ever take that to mean Lynn was thinking of committing suicide?
No.
Did you ever, in your whole time knowing Lynn Hernan, believe she might commit suicide?
No.
If you thought that, would you have taken some action?
Absolutely. I guarantee you if my mom and I knew, we would have taken some action with getting her some help.
Do you recall when the last sort of in between classes, lunchtime kind of conversation you had with Lynn was?
The last time I saw Lynn was a month before she passed away with my uncle. They were on their way to on the way home from a restaurant, and they met at my uncle's house, and I live really close by, and I walked up there, and she was there and she looked pretty good, and we talked for a while, and that was the last time I saw Lynn.
Was that in August or September of 2018 then?
It was August.
August. And you said she looked pretty well?
Yeah.
You understood she had just come from lunch, it sounds like?
Yeah.
Out at a restaurant?
Yeah, with my uncle.
Okay. And did you have a pretty standard conversation with her that day?
Yeah, I talked to her for about an hour and a half.
Do you remember leaving just feeling like, hey, something's not right with Lynn, anything like that?
No, in fact, she said she was starting to feel better, and she did complain about back problems and certain things before that, and she's like, I'm fine, I'm glad I'm getting out again, and we need to do this more often, and you need to come with us next time. And I didn't think it was like the last time by any stretch of the imagination.
So she was setting up times to get together in the future with you?
Yes.
If we sort of move past what we've been talking about, where Ms. Kurczeweski now tells you have to get together to discuss the will and things like that, okay? Did Ms. Kurczeweski tell you who would be in charge of handling Lynn's estate?
Yeah, she said she was appointed power of attorney.
Okay. Did you ever have to, okay that or anything?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have to sign a form saying you were okay with Ms. Kurczeweski handling the estate?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If we bring up Exhibit 69 for the witness, please. Is that on your screen, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what Exhibit 69 is?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it?
It looks like, oh, my bad. It just looks like it's I consent to the admission of the will dated November 26, 2016. It looks like I signed off on it, and I consent to the appointment of Jessy Kurczeweski as personal representative.
Okay. So and that's your signature on Exhibit 69?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I will move Exhibit 69 into evidence.
Objection.
All right, Exhibit 69 is received.
Okay, so a couple things with that document, Mr. Posa. You sort of said, I'm okay with Ms. Kurczeweski running the estate.
I believe I had to sign this, or it was just gonna just sit open.
Well, let's come back to that for a second. But you would acknowledge that's what you were signing off on?
Yes.
And that the will that was put forth, you said that looks good?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said you felt like you had to sign that form?
Yes.
Why is that?
I was, Jessy gave me all these forms to sign, and I'd read over the will, and I read over everything that she gave me, and she says I was appointed, and it looked like in the will that she was appointed. It was notarized, and I just felt like, okay, well, this is Lynn, and I signed it.
Okay. And your signature was dated October 11th of 2018?
Yeah.
And would that mean that there was a will at least given to you to review prior to that date?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from there, did you really pay attention to what was happening to the estate very closely?
No, I would just check up with Jessy every once in a while via text and ask her if she needed any help.
Okay. And I should go back. Prior to Ms. Kurczeweski calling you to tell you that Lynn had died, had you ever talked to Ms. Kurczeweski before that?
Never.
Did you know who she was?
Lynn would bring her up on occasion, but it was rare.
Okay. Had you ever met her in person?
No.
All right. So at what point did you and Ms. Kurczeweski either start talking on the phone or getting together in person to talk about the estate?
Like the day after Lynn passed away.
Okay. October 4th?
Yeah.
Was there ever a time where Ms. Kurczeweski invited you to come to Lynn's condo to sort of go through personal belongings?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
She asked us, and my mom and my uncle came with us to go into the condo, and I was a little distressed that I wasn't really thinking about stuff as much as I was just kind of thinking about what had happened. And of course I walked through it because it was more of a memory of our friend. And I took some of her parents' things from like World War II, some dog tags, and a little box of just mementos from her family because I was close with her dad when I was a little kid, and he would tell me stories about World War II. So that stuff was important to me. And I had a little box, and they said, "Hey, could I grab this stuff?" And Jessy said that was fine.
Okay. She let you have some of Lynn's property, or actually it sounds like Lynn's parents' property.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you said, "Hey, could I have that?" And Jessy said, "No, absolutely, you can't have that."
I asked about certain things that were like higher ticket items toward like later in the month, and I said, what are you going to do with this? And it just like the Jeep was signed over to her mom 2 weeks before she died, she said, and all this stuff. So I just assumed that Lynn had gotten rid of all of her stuff that was of value, and I didn't question it any further.
You just made that assumption.
Yes.
Is that based on what you were seeing as you kind of went through the condo?
Yes.
All right. Aside from the Jeep, you said big ticket items. Was there anything else you asked about?
She had a bracelet that, to my knowledge, was supposed to be given
It's speculation.
Overruled. He may answer. He said, to my knowledge.
to my knowledge was supposed to be given to my uncle, and that was discussed with me in August, which It was, 3-4 weeks before she passed. So that was a little bit of a red flag, but again, I didn't question it because I just assumed that Lynn was getting taken care of by Jessy, and that, she just assumed all the high ticket items.
Did you ever ask Jessy about that gold bracelet?
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened to it?
She told me that it would make more sense to sell it and split it than give it to my uncle.
Okay. And do you recall what day this was or how close in time to Lynn's death?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you think it was still October of 2018 or beyond?
I think it was October, maybe early November.
Okay. Now, did there come a time, well, let me ask you this. Did Lynn ever tell you that you were a person who was granted access to her bank lockbox?
She wanted to give me access when I was a minor, and my mom didn't want me to have access to it just because she was worried about any, repercussions of that, just because I was, was under 18. And honestly, she showed me where the lockbox key was, and I never really paid much attention to it after that.
Okay. Did there come a time where you had to sign some form with the bank that Lynn asked you to?
I don't know if I ever did sign that form, but if I did, I was probably fairly young.
Okay. But your mom, sounds like, didn't want you to have a key of your own to that
No,
lockbox.
she didn't.
So if I'm understanding, Lynn told you where her lockbox key was kept?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in this, little cabinet. It was behind, a DVD box set, hanging up on this little hook.
Okay. So like a DVD cabinet, you said?
Yeah, it was like a cabinet. She had all this trinkety stuff, and
Okay. And was the key sort of like hidden behind DVDs, or was it just kind of?
yeah, it was kind of hidden. I mean, you have to look for it.
Okay. If Lynn hadn't shown you where it was, would you have just seen it hanging
No,
there?
there's no way. Wouldn't even. And if I would have found it, I wouldn't have known what it was if she wouldn't have said anything. I just thought it was some key that, was for a safe of, a bunch of paperwork that she'd, have sitting around from her parents' estate.
Okay.
I know she had a lot of paperwork from her parents' estate still laying around.
Did there come a time after Lynn died that you went looking for that key?
When Jessy had me come over, I asked about it because they noticed that the cabinet was open and it's kind of a mess. So I just said, where did you know about the safety? And she said that the safety deposit box was emptied months ago.
Okay. Let's go through that a little more. So there came a time where you looked for that key?
I asked about it. I didn't really look for it, more so asked about it because I looked at the cabinet when you walked into the main living room, and I saw that the cabinet where the key was hanging was gone through.
Okay. The key was not there, or you
No,
couldn't tell?
there was no key there.
All right. So then you asked Jessy Kurczeweski about that key?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said that the safety deposit box that Lynn had was, she went through that money months ago.
Okay. Why was it you were looking for that key?
That's what Lynn told me to look for, and I just asked about it. It wasn't something that I was real stressed about or anything like that. I figured Lynn needed it, and that was a good enough answer for me.
Okay. Did Lynn tell you why she wanted you to look for that key if something happened?
It would help me with my college or something like that if I had access to it, if something happened to her.
Okay. So was she telling you there was money in that lockbox?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you about how much?
It differed from time to time. One time it was $10,000, another time it was $50,000.
Okay. And when you asked Jessy Kurczeweski about that lockbox key, was that same sort of late October, early November timeframe?
No, that was probably fairly early. It was probably I think we came to Lynn's house that weekend, or maybe a couple days after she called me to let me know Lynn had passed.
Okay, so within a couple days of Lynn's death?
Yeah, I did ask about it.
Okay. And did you ever, either walking through Lynn's condo that day, or, well, let me back up. Did you ever go to the bank and go into that lockbox yourself?
I didn't even know what bank it was at.
Okay. So you never went to that lockbox?
No.
Did you ever, see a pile of cash at Lynn's condo that was
Never.
sort of set aside for you?
Never.
Did you ever get, whether it was 10,000 or up to 50,000, did you ever get that?
No.
So let's kind of jump ahead again to, you're sort of keeping in touch with Ms. Kurczeweski about how the estate is going, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of updates you were getting?
I was just asking how, she said she was having a rummage sale. I know my mom offered to help, and when my mom offered to help, that was also insinuating I was going to help too. So I know that they had talked about, together if my mom could assist her in any way. She said she had it handled and that she was happy to take care of it. So I would just check in from time to time to see, how things were coming. And she said, oh, it's going fine. And then I'd check in about the sale of the condo every once in a while. But that was like the year after. It was in 2019. I think I started asking about the condo just because I was curious to know what was going on.
Okay, so we're into 2019 with sort of these general updates.
Right.
All right. Any red flags or anything like that in these updates?
Early on, no, because I figured it was a lot of work. I mean, my parents had to go through my grandparents' estate, and I watched how long that took. So I just, early on, I was like, yeah, this is going to take some time. And honestly, if Jessy needs the time, give it to her. And then it came to be like March of 2019, and that's when I started getting, I started thinking about like what had happened, and the estate, I think, was finally starting to close up, and I was starting to get things from what I believed was Lynn's attorney with, final account bills and stuff, and that's when I
Okay,
got a lot
stop
of.
you there for a second, because I'm going to show you Exhibit 76 when we talk about final account bills, as you said. All right, is that up on your screen, Exhibit 76?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize what Exhibit 76 is?
Think so?
Okay, have you seen that before?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let's bring that down for a second. What do you remember about sort of final accounts to Lynn's estate? You said in March of 2019 you started to get.
I just remember getting a final account with just a bunch of credit card bills and condo improvement like receipts, and it was just not like Lynn, because I knew Lynn didn't have a credit card, and it was just weird how she had all these debts that just didn't make any sense to me.
Okay, so sort of in March of 2019, now you're having some sort of red flags go up.
Right.
And when you say Lynn didn't have a credit card, how did you know that?
She told me. I mean, she said, I don't have any credit cards. I would go out to lunch. She'd pay with cash every time. I mean, I think we went to a thrift store and she paid with a check. And I remember literally looking at her going, who pays with checks?
Okay. Did you know for a fact that Lynn had no credit cards, or was it just that she didn't use them, or you didn't see her use them?
She had a Kohl's charge card and maybe a couple store cards that I knew of. But she would literally go into Kohl's and pay her charge card off by cash, which
Okay. And while we're kind of on that subject, going back a little bit, when you talk about birthdays and Christmases and things like that, would Lynn get you gifts?
Yes.
What kind of gifts would you get from Lynn?
Early on, it was always really cool toys like Legos and Hot Wheels, and she always made me feel like, I was her family. And as I got older, the gifts turned into, GameStop gift cards. And I remember on a particular Christmas, she gave me a $100 GameStop card, and I just remember going, wow, I didn't expect that at all. But that was probably like the biggest monetary gift I got from her. But it wasn't about that. I looked forward to her food and all of her other spoils, honestly.
Okay. So at least money-wise, you can remember $100 gift card being sort of the most extravagant.
Yeah, and there might have been another $100 like gas card as I got, my license. But she was really happy when I got my license because I could go and visit her finally.
Okay. When you were going to college, did Lynn say, hey, I'll pay for your whole college?
No, she never said that. There were times where she would offer me $50, $100 for gas for college, but I never took any of that from her just because it was uncomfortable. I mean, I was working at the time at a machine shop, and I had an income. I didn't want to take any of her money.
Okay. Did she ever, without even asking you, just say, here's a check for $10,000, put it towards your tuition?
Never.
So $100 at various times is the most you can remember her giving you?
Yes.
And again, you knew her your whole life.
Yes.
So going back to the estate, and it's starting to close up, you said, and you're getting these credit card debts on behalf of Lynn, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you remember when you had sort of these suspicions, did you do anything about that?
I had talked to a couple of attorneys and just asked if this was something that I should look into. Told them how I felt about it, and they kind of dismissed it. And I figured, well, Jessy supplied me with some receipts. I guess Lynn had a lot more credit card debt than I was ever aware of. And I, bought the story just because I was dismissed from a couple of attorneys a few times.
Okay. And you said when you told them how you felt about it, they kind of dismissed you.
Yeah.
How did you feel about it?
I just felt like something was up, and I wanted it looked at more closely because I felt like the information I was getting from Jessy and Lisa Martinson was not true.
Okay. Do you have any legal training in your background?
No.
Do you have any detective or law enforcement training in your background?
No.
Do you have the resources, at least back in 2019, to investigate this further on your own?
Yes, I had a little bit of like money that I got that I put towards looking into it.
Okay, so you put up some of your money to hire somebody to look into it further.
Yes.
And was that those calls to attorneys or something different?
That, and I finally retained an attorney later on.
Okay, we'll come back to that. as far as the receipts, you mentioned you got some receipts from Jessy Kurczeweski.
Yes.
Tell us about that. How did you get those?
I asked her for receipts when I got the final account statement from Lisa Martinson because Lisa Martinson wasn't providing me with really anything, any details. Correspondence was kind of weak. I asked Jessy, I said, can we just talk about this? Do you have any receipts about it? And a couple days later, she sent me a big packet of receipts. Some of them looked to align with the final account, some of them didn't. So we decided to meet up at a restaurant and talk about all of the receipts and how it reflected the final account statement.
Okay. So when you asked Jessy for these receipts, do you remember what time frame we're in? Are we still in March of 2019?
I think March to May, I'm not really sure.
Okay. Sometime spring of 2019?
Yeah.
All right. And was that a phone call or was that a face-to-face meeting where you asked her for receipts?
It was a phone call and then we met face to face, I think, within a week.
Okay. So on the phone, you say, hey, I'd really like to see some receipts.
I think a lot of this is leading.
Didn't have a question just yet, but I'll take that under advisement. Attorney Fitzberger, he's your witness. Avoid the leader.
Understood. What occurred in the phone call, just the phone call? Don't skip ahead a few days.
She said that there was no problem getting any receipts and that she'd get them to me in a couple of days.
All right. And you said that she did give you receipts.
Yes.
How did she get those to you?
She emailed them to me and then I downloaded them and printed them, I think.
Did you look through them?
Yes.
Did you have anything to compare the receipts to?
Yes, I had a final account statement that Lisa Mortensen provided to me also via email.
After looking through all the receipts, did you still have any suspicions?
I did, and that's when we met up to discuss that.
All right, so tell the jury about that meeting in person then.
We decided to meet at That's Amore on Highway 100 to talk about the final account statement. I went through some of the receipts that didn't match the final account statement. She assured me that, on every single one, she assured me that this was, that Lynn had all this credit card debt and that, she had tried her best to sell everything, as fast as she could so that, she could get us something. The final account statement, like for the entire estate, was I think $26,000, which I thought was strange considering her house was $145,000, and it's hard to believe that she had that much debt. I talked to her for probably 2 to 3 hours, and she kind of had me convinced that that was true and that she had racked up all this debt. So we settled, or what I believed was settled, the estate that day, and I signed a check for half.
Okay, and so eventually you got a check for half of, what did you say the total estate was at the end?
$26,000.
So you got roughly what?
$13,000.
Okay. Now, you talked about these receipts. Can we bring up Exhibit 65, please? Is it up on your screen, sir?
Not yet.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
No, it is.
Thank you. Do you see Exhibit 65, Mr. Posa?
Yes.
All right. And if I have Mr. Vulcanier, actually, before I do that, can you see how many pages along the right-hand column that document is?
52.
Okay. And if I have Mr. Vulcanier scroll through those pages briefly, can you let us know if you recognize what Exhibit 65 is?
I do.
All right. And to be fair, you said you do on page 8, I believe. You know what this whole exhibit is?
Yes.
What is it?
These are all the receipts that Jessy sent to me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move Exhibit 65 into evidence and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 65 is received, permission to publish. Granted, when you get to a logical stopping point, we'll take our mid-morning break, so I'll let you tell us when that is.
This is conveniently a great spot.
Okay, then we'll take our mid-morning break. All rise for the jury, please.
Is the whole she shared me or he borrowed me some money, is that a Wisconsin thing? Because I've never, I don't know that I've ever
Seated, I
heard
just have
that.
2 sidebars. You can step down. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thought I heard the second door. That was the first door. You can still step down. All right, thank you. Be seated. I do want to put 2 sidebars and my note on the record. First, the note, we had the officer on the stand, and I just wrote him a note that said, please refer to her as Jessy Kurczeweski, not the defendant. He nodded his head when he got that, so that was obviously in relation to a prior motion in limine. And then prior to Ms. Sabaniak's testimony, I asked and called for a sidebar because I asked the defense if they would like me to give a limiting instruction or cautionary instruction, since I anticipated Ms. Sabaniak would testify regarding time in custody with Ms. Kurczeweski, and the defense indicated they would, and I just said similar to what I gave yesterday, or whatever day that was, and they said yes, and then they asked about the note, and I told them, and there was a thank you. And then the other sidebar was during the testimony of Ms. Sabaniak, Attorney Kukler had raised a concern about whether the testimony was about a prior act that I disallowed. And in a nutshell, I was a little concerned. I wasn't sure based upon the testimony. It just started where she referenced about going to Cheetah, which obviously I know is the women's prison in Wisconsin. Attorney Nikolai indicated she was going to move on from that. I said if for some reason it comes up again, I can strike testimony, but to lead the witness to avoid that. So I believe that puts everything on the record. Anything the state would want to add to that?
No, thank you.
How about the defense?
No, that's right.
All right, I think you might have a computer here. So we'll take our break. We'll give you all 15 minutes. If you need a little longer with the computer, just let me know. All right, thank you, everyone. We're in recess.
All righty. You know, I kind of feel like maybe Anthony Poza should have been a little bit more attentive to what Lynn was trying to talk to him about, and maybe he would have had a better idea of where some stuff was. Yeah, it's uncomfortable, but that doesn't mean you just don't have to talk about it. And I get he was young, you know, and for him to be kind of like, well, sorry, I can't get this to a spot. You know, I waited because I knew it'd be a lot of work. Did you offer any help? I mean, I know you said you called every now and then, but all right.
Stand.
I don't know. He just seemed kind of like, yeah, whatever about most of the stuff. And then now he's kind of like, well, I want the stuff, even though he doesn't want the stuff, apparently. I don't know. I'm on the fence about him. I mean, like I said, so far I think they can probably prove a lot of financial crimes. However, him saying, you know, he would be surprised if Lynn had that much credit card debt. Do your friends know how much credit card debt you're in? I mean, there's some information we just don't share with people. And with his own testimony, he was young. So why would Lynn just go around and, you know, maybe she didn't have, 20 credit cards that were all racked up, but maybe she liked Kohl's and him and his mom going shoe shopping and all that stuff that they said they did. I don't know. He just seems kind of like, yeah, whatever, until he wasn't, like, whatever. Hopefully he learned to pay a little bit more attention in the future. Come on, I can't be that far back. Yeah, the other day I accidentally hit some buttons on here that fast forward 10 seconds. I have no idea which one it was.
And Mr. Poza, you can come on back up on the witness stand. I forgot to pull up my exhibits from the box. All right, is there anything, we're back on the record, I should say, is there anything we need to address prior to bringing the jury out from the state?
Not from the state, thank you.
From the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
Attorney Kukler, are you up and working, or?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. You have great staff, so I saw them walk in, so that's good to hear. All right, then, Madam Clerk, have the jury brought out, please. You guys okay on temperature? I think it's freezing in here, and I have this on, so.
Oh, it's freezing where I am, so I went to get a sweatshirt.
Feels great. Don't turn the heat on.
We'll probably adjust it a little bit.
Keep the jury awake. They're cold.
Exactly. because I got the robe. Although I have sleeveless today underneath this. I got a sweater, but in any event. I'm just glad everyone got here safely. It was very slippery out this morning.
I'm glad we don't
With no
have snow
salt trucks.
like they had.
If you went over a bridge, trust me, I mean, my tires did that a couple times. Yeah.
They can have
still
all
don't.
the snow. Good. I'm good without it.
It's today.
It's going to be cold, although I do recall trick or treat in the snow previously, so.
Oh, I trick or treated in the snow.
Probably they think it's the elevator.
You either trick or treated and you were sweating or you were freezing.
I know, it looks like a ring doorbell. We will wait till that sound is gone as well.
Wish I could read what she's writing. Just have a little insight into her mind and what she's saying they're missing.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, then, Attorney Sitzberger, when you are ready, I don't hear the doorbell sound anymore. Go ahead.
Thank you. If we could, Madam Clerk, please publish Exhibit 65.
Good thing I can do that.
Oh, there is no Madam Clerk. Thank you, Judge. And I'll just wait for the jury box to give me the thumbs up. Oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Poser, when we took a break, we were talking about the receipts you had been given from Ms. Kurczeweski. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right, you said Exhibit 65 was those receipts, correct?
Yes.
All right. And 52-page document, correct?
Yes.
Is that the entirety of the receipts Ms. Kurczeweski gave you?
Yes.
All right. So if we start with page 1, what did you understand that receipt to be?
This looked like a credit card payment for $4,397.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you to speak up or move closer to the microphone because it's a little hard to hear you.
Sorry.
All right. Could you just repeat what that was?
It looks like a credit card receipt for the amount of $4,397.
I apologize. The audio was not on. That is going to be much, much better.
All right. So now you can probably sit back. All right. So that's a receipt for a credit card?
Yes.
All right. And there's 2 notes on the bottom of page 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you read what's, as you look at it, on the left lower corner?
Yes.
And do you know what that note is?
Looks like a note somebody put on the receipt for a copy of the receipts I requested.
Okay. Was that note on the receipt when you got it from Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes.
Okay. What's that one to the right?
That looks like that was when somebody paid over the phone. Looks like 11/10 of 2018.
All right.
Why would
And
she
so that
write
11/10/18, was that just handwritten on the receipt or was there something like attached to the front?
Why would she write exhibit is referenced in something is a POSA or maybe it says is POSA's receipts states copy. Why would you write states copy? And they don't look. The writing does not look the same. I would think that somebody from the state wrote that, but I guess not. But it doesn't make any sense why she would write that.
Of the receipt she gave
I
you.
don't object to leading.
Sustained.
All right. Well, how was that note
Don't
pertaining to
leave.
11/10/18 put on page 1?
It was just a sticky note attached to a receipt, and then she put it in a photocopier and uploaded it that way.
And when you say she did that, who are you referring to?
Would assume Jesse.
Okay. Jessy Kurczeweski?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to page 2 of Exhibit 65, please? Thank you. And this is another receipt that was in the packet?
Yes.
What did you understand this to be?
This was a receipt for $14,621.56
And to who?
to Wells Fargo. And then with the post-it note, it looks like it was paid 10/31 of 2018. It was mailed in. And
I'm going to object to speculation as to when it was paid or mailed in.
The document can speak for itself unless he has personal knowledge, so sustained.
Sir, that
So that was okay. So Wells Fargo Credit Card Services in November, so just a month after her death, that's $14,000. But if you read that letter, it says your payment of $14,621 was received 11/7, so 1 month and a few days after her death. To settle your account in full, as agreed, we will discontinue efforts to collect the remaining balance. I don't know that you would go to collections a month late or not, just unless, I mean, if they can show that she had this open way before and that Jessy was the one using it. But that bill had gone unpaid for a while. It'd be my assumption.
Handwritten note on the bottom right corner. Did you write that?
No.
Was that on the receipt when you got it?
Yes.
And that looks
Oh, and
exactly
you
the
got that from
same
who again?
as the writing
Okay. We go
on
to
the
page
last
3, please.
one, minus the state's copy thing.
And what did you understand page 3 to be?
I thought that this was a bill for a cleaning service for her condo.
And again, the handwritten notes, did you put those on there?
No.
All right. That's how you received it?
Yes.
All right, can we go to page 4, please? What did you believe this to be?
An AT&T phone bill?
And again, there's some handwritten notations on there, correct?
Correct.
Did you make those?
No.
Can we go to page 5, please? What did you understand this to be, sir?
A receipt for painting the condo?
All right, and again, the handwritten notes on it, did you make those?
No.
Page 6, please. What are we looking at here, Mr. Posa?
Looks like a Tri-City Bank withdrawal for $2,700 some dollars.
Okay. And again, there's a handwritten note.
Yes.
Did you make that?
No.
Is that the state you received this invoice or receipt from Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes.
Okay. Page 7, please. What are we looking at here?
Looks like what I believe to be an email confirmation of a receipt for Capital One credit card.
And again, the handwritten notes, did you put those on?
I did not.
Page 8, please.
So that was posted in October
What are we looking at here?
18th.
Another, looks like an invoice sent to an email for the amount of $13,663. A credit card is what I would assume.
Okay. And again, you didn't know Lynn to be a credit card user at all, correct?
No.
Did this amount surprise you?
Doesn't mean
Absolutely.
she wasn't.
Again, the
She
handwritten
told
notes on it,
him
did you make any of those?
No.
Page 9, please. What is that?
This looks like a second page of the last document.
Okay. Page 10, please.
Or 11.
Page 9 and 10 the same? Are page 9 and 10 the same, Mr. Poda?
And can you go back one more time? Yeah, they both look like they're the second page of the previous email receipts.
Okay, let's skip ahead to 11 then. What are we looking at in page 11?
Looks like a photocopy of a check that was paid to the order of Chase Bank in the amount of $16,782.
Okay, again, the handwritten notes on the bottom, did you make those?
No.
All right, page 12, please. What is this document?
It's like another Tri-City National Bank withdrawal for $96 and some change.
Again, there's some handwritten notes.
Yeah.
Did you make any of those?
No.
All right,
But
page
she
13.
probably had
please.
medical bills that needed
All these
to be.
documents speak for themselves?
Is there an objection?
No, I mean, a lot of it is hearsay and they speak for themselves.
I've already received it, so what grounds do you have for me to not continue publishing it?
Nothing.
Oh, to my
Move on.
attention.
All right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Posa. What are we looking at here?
This looks like a emailed receipt in the amount of $1,816.24 to Pro Healthcare Business Office. Looks like a medical bill.
Okay.
But why would
And,
they think that wasn't Lynn's?
Mr. Posa, fair to say, if there's any handwritten notes on any of
She's
these
been in the
52 pages,
hospital.
did you make them?
No.
Are all these 52
I
pages in the state, you
haven't
received them
won
from Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Volkner, if you could just sort of slowly page through the rest of the 52 exhibits.
Another medical bill. 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 Supposedly. Cable bill's kind of fishy. Because she had that note on her, don't touch the antenna. It took me 3 hours to get those stations tuned in. Doubt she had cable. You're going too fast. Condo smoke removal. Well, she was a smoker. Lynn was. And I would imagine that you would want that done before you try to sell that condo. Because if a non-smoker walked in there,
Thank you.
they're
You can
not going
take
to like
Exhibit
that.
65. Mr. Poser, you said earlier that you signed off on the estate being closed and you got paid half of the estate, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
Between March and May of 2019.
Okay. Did you have any reservations about signing off on the estate?
I did, but at the time, I really didn't think there was much I could argue, and I honestly wasn't as worried about money. I just, it wasn't bringing back my friend.
There again.
Did there
I
come a
wasn't
time
worried about
after
it.
the estate was closed, let's just say, that you brought those 52 pages of receipts to the Waukesha Sheriff's Department?
I did.
Why did you do that?
I was asked by the detectives that came to my house to interview me to bring whatever correspondence I had with Jessy Kurczeweski.
Do you recall what time frame you were asked to bring those documents?
I thought it was like July of 2019.
Did there come a time that you learned that many of those 52 pages were fraudulent?
Yes, later on.
Did that prompt you to take any action?
I retained an attorney,
Okay, who was that attorney?
Elizabeth Taylor.
Okay. And if we could put up Exhibit 82 for the witness, please. Now, you said earlier that you felt dismissed from some attorneys, correct?
Yes.
Was that true of Attorney Taylor?
No.
And in fact, is
Obviously
Attorney
not.
Taylor still your attorney?
You wouldn't have
As
hired
of now,
her.
yes.
Did she help you take any action in the estate case of Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
What action was that?
To remove Jessy Kurczeweski as personal representative.
Okay. Can you see Exhibit 82 on your screen?
Yes.
Do you know what that exhibit is?
It's from Circuit Court. This is,
Just first off, do you know what it is?
yes.
Okay, what is it, sir?
It's the petition to remove Jessy and reinstate me as personal representative on the estate.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate copy of the petition you and Attorney Taylor filed?
Yes.
All right, I move Exhibit 82 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 82 is received.
And Mr. Posa, as you look at Exhibit 82, in the upper right corner, is there a date that shows when that document was filed with the court?
8/23 of 2019.
August 23rd, 19.
Yes.
All right. And are you aware whether the court ever ruled on that petition to remove Ms. Kurczeweski as the personal representative?
Yes.
And what was the decision?
They removed Jessy Kurczeweski as personal representative.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 220. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
Do you know what Exhibit 220 is?
It's the order to remove and replace the personal representative on Lynn's estate.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the court's order?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I move Exhibit 220 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 220 is received.
And so what did that court order effectively do?
Allowed me to have some more visibility on what was going on in terms of the estate. As far as I knew, there was no financial gain out of it. It was just to make sure that the estate was secured in case anything would be returned.
Okay. At its simplest form, it removed Ms. Kurczeweski as the PR?
Yes.
Who became the personal representative?
Me.
Okay. And what is the date that document from the court was filed?
10/23 of 2019.
October 23rd of 2019?
Correct.
All right. Did you, after you were made the personal representative of Lynn's estate now in October of 2019, did you become aware of any additional wills being filed?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
Jesse was sending me updated wills from Tachita Correctional Institute via mail.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 83, please. Can you see Exhibit 83 on your screen?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
And
Yes.
Judge
And what is
said
it?
that was the
That's
women's
what
prison, so
Jesse
that
sent me as the
must've been-
updated will and testament of Lynn Hernan.
when she was incarcerated in
And
prison. not
if you
jail.
know, did she also file that same document with the court?
Yes.
And what do you understand that document to be?
Looks like a handwritten will that was filed after I was put as personal representative.
In that updated will that
Asking you the
was
question,
filed,
sir.
are you still a
Yeah,
beneficiary
what
of
is it,
Ms.
sir?
Hernan's estate?
No.
Does it say who is the beneficiary?
I don't believe it says on this page.
Does it say whether you still are a beneficiary?
No,
It doesn't say, or you're not?
it doesn't say that I am.
Okay. And is that the same will that was filed originally in October of 2018?
No,
And when was the date on that document that says when it was filed with the court?
November 4th, 2019.
That would have been after you were named the personal representative, is that correct?
Yes,
Mr. Posa, what's the status of the probate case with Ms. Hernan's estate?
still open.
And you started talking about possible financial gain, something like that in one of your answers recently. Do you stand to gain anything financially out of this?
Absolutely not.
Are you interested in the money if you did stand to gain anything?
No.
What is your concern in all of this?
Justice for Lynn.
All right, thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Cross.
That last few questions you were given by the prosecutor, you do stand to gain in this case. If you win the case, you get restitution, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
The prosecutor hasn't listed you as a victim in this case,
I'm listed as a victim, but according to the prosecution, there's nothing to gain from this.
but you could file a lawsuit if you win
Against who?
against the estate, against Jessy.
There's nothing to gain. You spent all the money.
As far as you know, there's nothing to gain.
As far as the prosecution has told me, yes.
And so the estate is still open, correct?
Correct.
And technically, none of this property is yours because the estate's not closed.
Correct.
So as regards to count 3, you don't own any of this property, correct?
There's no property to own.
What I'm saying is, in October 2nd, 2018, the property belonged to Lynn, correct?
Correct.
In October 4th, the day after death, the property still did belong to Lynn, or the estate didn't belong to you, correct?
Correct.
That calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, he's the victim listed in count 3, so he should know.
Sustained.
So again,
And let me say, you can ask him what his understanding is, but it does call for a legal conclusion.
as I asked you before, you don't own any of this property, correct?
No.
And as far as your recollection with Lynn and credit cards, you said she never had credit cards, correct?
She never had a credit card.
She always paid everything in cash.
Absolutely.
So every time she went to Walgreens or any store, she always paid in cash?
Or check.
And you know that for a fact?
Anytime I was with her, it was always cash or check.
Well, let's talk about that. In 2017, well, strike that, in 2016, how many times did you go with Lynn to the store?
Maybe twice. In 2016.
Not very many times.
So out of 365 days in the year, you went twice, correct?
Yeah.
How did Lynn feed herself for the other 363 days?
I assume she would drive herself to the grocery store and get groceries and feed herself. She
You
was-
pay with a check every time?
Pay with cash. Check, cash.
But you don't know that for a fact.
No.
How about in 2017, how many times did you go with Lynn to the store?
I probably went up to half a dozen times.
6?
Yeah.
And what stores did you go?
Walgreens. I'm not sure if that was a public market or a pick and save on Capitol. Go there a couple times
Where were these stores that you would go to?
on Capitol Drive.
And it's your knowledge that every time she paid with cash?
Yes. Anytime
Or
I was,
check.
anytime I was with her, yes.
Up to 2018, how many times did you go to the store with her?
Like 4 times.
When was the last time you went to the store with her, in 2018?
I don't recall the time period.
What store did you go to?
Walgreens.
The one on Capitol Drive again?
Yes.
Was it in the wintertime, summertime?
I recall it was like early spring.
Do you remember what she bought?
Some prescriptions and some holiday junk from the holiday aisle. She liked sales.
So it's safe to say Lynn always kept a lot of cash on hand.
I wouldn't say a lot.
But she was always paying in cash, correct?
Yeah, but she never had a ton of cash on her person.
You know that for a fact?
I mean, I was young, and of course I'd look at what she had when she opened up her wallet. It was usually under $200.
So every time she opened up her wallet,
I can tell you for a fact that you will not be able to know how much money I have in my wallet when I open it. There's no way. Unless she like fanned it out drawer. There was just like two $100 bills in there. I don't believe that. How could you tell? You could have 20 $1 bills or a bunch of $1 bills and one, $20 bill. That you can't do that. Lie. That was a lie. I mean, I
You
get
would
it.
look
He
inside.
wants
Not
to-
every time, but on occasion.
Do you know that she liked jewelry, correct?
Yes.
And she bought a lot of jewelry, correct?
She bought a lot of costume jewelry, and after her parents passed away, she decided to invest in some bigger pieces that were real gold. Yes, she loved jewelry.
She bought expensive jewelry, correct?
The last year of her life.
Correct. And she, in your opinion, she's paid it with cash?
Yeah.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah. Or a check.
I'm showing you what's going to be
Yeah, paid.
marked as State's Exhibit number
At a jewelry store with a
595.
check.
Could you? Correct, that's Exhibit 595.
At least not nowadays.
Can you see that exhibit on your screen?
Yes.
And what's the heading on the exhibit?
J.P. Morgan Chase.
And I'm now on page 4 of that exhibit. What does it say? What's that exhibit say?
It looks like it's a balance of $64.42 on what appears to be Lynn A. Hernan's name.
It seems to be a credit card account, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Judge, I'm going to object to any lack of foundation or authentication at this point.
Sustained.
So I'd ask that the exhibit be taken down from the witness.
I agree. Unless you can establish the foundation that he's seen these.
Have you ever
He
seen
knows
that?
what they are.
Well, you've been sitting in court throughout this trial, correct?
Yes.
You've been sitting here and back, correct?
Yes.
And you've been watching everything, correct?
Yep.
And you heard testimony that Lynn had credit cards, correct?
Nope. Lost my memory. I know I went to the store
I don't
2 times in
recall
2016.
Lynn ever having a credit card. I don't recall any testimony saying she had a credit card.
Well, you heard
No,
that when she
my
went to the
memory's not great.
hospital in September 15, 2018, when they checked her in, she had credit cards.
Don't recall.
Don't lose your memory now there, Anthony.
You indicated that you never went to the BMO Harris Bank?
I never did. And if I did, I was a minor when I did, and I don't recall.
So you could have gone to the BMO Harris Bank?
As a minor, maybe, but I don't, like I said, I never remembered even what bank it was until somebody reminded me of it.
You recall whether or not that bank was in Wonky or Waukesha?
I have no recollection of that.
So when you were in college between 2016 and 2017 at UW Waukesha, you would go visit Lynn, correct?
Yes, for lunch.
And you never went there much in 2018 because you were going to UWM?
Yeah, I transferred to UWM, and I probably, I'd see her a little bit less in 2018, but then the summer of 2018, I saw her a little bit more frequent. We went out for St. Patrick's Day, and we did a few things in 2018.
When did you transfer to UWM?
I think it was winter of, I don't remember, because they're all in the same school system.
So in 2018, January, you were going to UWM, correct?
Correct. I think that was my first semester there.
And because of that, you couldn't visit Lynn or stop in on her anymore, correct?
Not as frequent, no. It was UWM's on the north side of Milwaukee, and Milwaukee's 40-minute drive, opposite direction of where I live.
There was prior testimony about Lynn moving into that condo. Did you help her move?
No.
Did Lynn tell you she was moving into that condo?
Yes.
But you didn't help her move?
I helped her take some stuff back from Madison with my mom.
But moving into the condo, you didn't help her, correct?
Just a couple pieces of furniture from our car into her condo. I guess if that consists of helping is moving. That's what I did. But no.
After Lynn passed, on October 3rd, 2018, you and your mom went to the condo of Ms. Hernan, correct?
Not on October 3rd, 2018, no.
After she passed, or a days, couple days afterwards.
After, but we had no intention on going. We got invited from Jessy.
You didn't want to go to the condo?
Not right away. I was still in shock.
Did your mom want to go to the condo?
No.
But Jessy invited you out to the condo.
Yes.
And do you recall how much time had passed when you went to the condo?
I don't recall. It was a couple days.
And you and your mom went together, correct?
Yes.
And Jessy invited you into the condo, correct?
Yes.
And you got to look around the condo and grab take items if you wanted them,
She
correct?
she offered whatever I wanted. She, as long as I showed it to her, I could take it.
And your mom had testified earlier that you guys had spent a couple hours there looking around.
Yeah, I've been talking with Jessy, trying to figure out what had happened, put the pieces together for ourselves, because we just lost our friend.
Right, but you got to look around the condo, correct?
Yes.
You got to look around the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
The bathroom,
Yeah.
Lynn's bedroom.
That wasn't uncommon.
I'm not saying it is, but I just wanted, you got to look around the whole, the garage,
Yeah.
and Jessy said, take whatever you want.
Yeah.
And isn't it true, you told detectives that when you were doing this, you saw a lot of prescription bottles laying around?
I don't recall.
Judge, I'm going to bring up exhibit number, step offense exhibit number 9596. Would that be right?
I'm sorry, we still have a copy. If I could just see a copy of what it is first, please.
Yes, Mr. Sturry poses recorded interview with detectives.
So it's 596, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
I presume the state has its own copy?
Thank you.
All right.
Who told you that?
Are you gonna lay a foundation for that with this witness?
Well, you met with detectives in this case, correct?
First time I met with detectives in this case was July of 2019,
And you met with detectives several times, correct?
after July of 2019.
Correct. And the first time you said you met with them was July of 2019. Do you know where that occurred?
They met me at my house.
And were you the only person there?
No, I think my dad was there.
And they wanted to speak to you, did they want to speak to you about something?
Pretty urgently.
What did they want to speak to you about?
The death of Lynn Hernan.
And you agreed to talk with them, correct?
Yes.
And you remember how long the conversation took?
I don't recall. I feel like they were there for maybe 2 hours.
And did they tell you they were recording your statement?
I do recall that they said they were recording it.
Did the prosecutors at all, prior to testimony, did they play that recording for you?
No, they did not.
Do you remember taking a conversation or call from me while this case was pending?
You may have called once.
Correct. I want to talk to you about this case, correct?
Yes.
And I asked you if you would be willing to speak with me, correct?
I was willing to speak with you. You never followed up.
But I did ask you, do you want to listen to your recording that you gave, and you said no. Remember that?
Yes.
Again, I asked you again, whether or not when you went to Lynn Hernan's house shortly after her death, and Jesse said, take whatever you want, you didn't, I can't remember if you saw a lot of prescription bottles laying around, correct?
I don't remember.
I'm playing you again, it states defense exhibit number 596, starting at 8:35, ending at 9.
Go ahead.
You were there. Did you ever see lots of medications around?
No, not until she passed away. That was the weird thing, is when I walked in there after she had passed away, Jesse said, she was going through the house, and she talked to me, and I kind of was looking around, and I saw a lot of prescription bottles, but I wasn't like...
You recall telling the detectives that?
I do.
And during that same time, while you were at the house, do you recall Jesse telling you that she found some letters and notes from Lynn Hernan that kind of were on the borderline of being suicide letters?
Objection calls for hearsay. I'd ask this right the question.
The objection is sustained, the question is struck. Jury will disregard it.
Did you at all see any kind of documents there at the scene that were written by Lynn?
I was shown some documents that were handed to me by Jesse.
And do you recall what those documents were? Did you take a look at them?
Yeah, some handwritten letters that were on loose leaf pieces of paper.
And do you recall what they were referring to?
It looked like they were referring to Lynn. It looked like Lynn had written them, but I honestly didn't pay too much attention to them.
Did you kind of glimpse at the subject matter on these letters and notes?
Yes.
What was the subject matter?
That she just was unhappy the last couple months.
And did it appear to be in Lynn Hernan's handwriting?
No.
And these letters that you found on the scene, this was a couple days after Lynn's passing?
Didn't find them, I was given them.
Correct. But this was just a couple days after Lynn's passing, correct?
Correct.
Did they appear to be copies of letters or originals?
They look like originals.
It'd be interesting to see what the handwriting analysis says. Because the letters we've seen that they've produced so far, Lynn's handwriting is very hard to read. Jesse's looks very
How
different.
close did you look at these letters?
Glanced over them. I'll be honest, when she handed them to me, I was still pretty distraught over the whole thing, and much of that day it's foggy.
Do you recall how
And he
many
just doesn't
pages
care.
of?
She might have handed me a couple loose leaf pieces of paper to read.
1, 2, 15, 20, 25?
I don't recall. I don't think it was 15. No, maybe 3, 4.
And you got to you read every sentence of each
I
letter?
glanced over them, and I got the subject matter and didn't read too deep into them.
And based upon your reading of the letters, it sounded like Lynn was depressed?
Yes.
Makes you wonder how I graduated college,
You
because he
know,
doesn't look too much into
when you
stuff
walked in
or
on-
read stuff.
This days after Lynn's passing, did you see a recliner there?
Yep.
Was that the chair that Lynn usually sat in?
Yeah.
And did you see any documents that were around the recliner?
Yeah, that was, she had all these documents around the recliner, which was off because she usually had them in a lockbox next to her bed.
But when you were there, you saw them around the recliner, correct?
Yes.
And, but normally, as far as you know, she kept them in her bedroom?
Yes.
Because she would allow you in her bedroom, correct, to look around?
I was allowed anywhere. I played with her cats, and they usually run into her bedroom.
The cats, were the cats still there when you went to the condo after her passing?
I don't remember seeing the cats.
So as far as you know, the cats were gone.
I think Jesse said her mother was taking care of them, but she needed to find a disposition for both of them.
Is it safe to say that Lynn was super careful with her money?
Yes.
I mean, if a quarter was missing, she would know it.
I don't know about a quarter, but she was careful with her money.
So if something was missing out of her bank account, she would know it, correct? Because she was careful.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
But again, as far as you know, she was careful with her money, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna eat sweet tarts. It's what's for lunch. Nutritious.
There's been testimony that Lynn because you knew her well, correct?
Yeah,
That Lynn was very sick the latter part of 2018, and she would not want to come out of her house anymore. Is that true?
4 weeks before she passed away, she was out and about with me and my uncle.
And that was in August, right, or July of 2018,
It was
correct?
August, late August.
And you indicated she was talking about her estate with you, correct?
She was bringing it up and she brought up the bracelet because that was the first time I ever saw that thing.
But she was talking about her estate with you, correct?
She tried to bring it up, but I don't recall the exact conversation.
Because Lynn would always talk to you about her will, correct?
She would always try to bring it up.
In fact, you had original copies of some of her wills, correct? Written copies, correct?
I don't recall if they're the ones that Jessy gave me or if they're ones I had before, but I did have some wills.
And there were written wills apparently from Lynn, correct?
Yes.
Did you provide those to the sheriff's department?
Provided anything that I had with Lynn Hernan to the Waukesha Sheriff's Department.
And you think those might have been the wills that Jessy had?
It's possible. I don't recall where they originated from.
So they went from Jessy's hands to your hands, correct?
Yes.
And you and your mom appear to be very close. Is that true?
We're close.
Because your mom testified that you still live with her. Is that true?
I do.
You must talk about everything in your life with her.
That's not
correct?
true.
No?
No, it's my mom.
That's what your mom
But you would
said,
talk
but
about
I knew that
Lynn
wasn't true.
Hernan with your mom, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you went to visit Lynn, you would talk about it, correct?
Well, yeah.
If you saw anything regarding Lynn and her papers, you would talk to her about it, correct?
Not so much.
Well, the receipts that you got from Jessy, allegedly, did you talk to your mom about it?
Yes.
So everything regarding the estate, you talked to your mom about it, correct?
Yes, because she worked for financial.
Right, so you both discussed the receipts and the estate, correct?
Yes.
So when you signed that exhibit, exhibit number 69, which discussed the waiver and consent form, correct? Remember talking about that with the prosecutor?
Yes.
That was presented to you by Lisa Martinson, Jesse's attorney, correct?
As far as I knew, that was Lynn's attorney.
So you thought Lisa Martinson was Lynn's attorney?
Yes.
Well, she was handling the estate, correct?
Yes.
So she handed you that paper to sign, correct?
I think she emailed it to me.
Right, it wasn't Jesse that gave it to you, it was the attorney, correct?
The attorney gave it to me, and then Jessy proceeded to ask when I was going to sign it.
Right, but it was the attorney that gave it to you, part of the estate, correct?
Yes.
And you also testified on direct regarding this bracelet that Jesse had sold. She discussed that with you, correct?
She discussed it, but she didn't really give me an option or a choice in the matter.
So, but she did discuss it with you, correct?
Yeah, she was a personal representative. She discussed it with me.
It wasn't like she was doing something without discussing it with you, correct?
In that particular instance, correct.
Because you would say you and Jesse communicated a lot, correct?
I wouldn't say that.
You talk frequently, correct, about the estate, correct?
Yeah, we would talk, catch up every couple weeks, maybe a couple months on it, yeah.
Sorry, Judge, I'm trying my best. And again, regarding this money, you said Lynn would tell you that she put some money in the lockbox, and every time she spoke with you, she'd have a different amount, correct?
I think back in like 2016, she spoke in the amount of somewhere between 10 and 20,000, and then as it got closer to 2018, became, she said I have $50,000 cash in that, and as far as I know, it didn't change. But again, I never pried into these issues. This isn't something that I was all that interested in.
But you don't know for a fact that she actually had any money in the lockbox, do you?
No,
I mean, she didn't take you to the bank and say, see this lockbox, it's full of money, correct?
she wanted me to, but I never went with her.
But when she passed, you went back you wanted to get that money, correct? She told you to get that money, correct?
I was curious as to where the whereabouts of it was.
Right, you wanted to get whatever money was in that lockbox for yourself, correct?
No, I would assume it needed to be split in the estate.
But you didn't even know if it existed.
When did you have that thought, that you thought it should be split? You didn't know anything about states.
Because she was a personal representative, and according to the original will, everything was supposed to be split down the middle.
When did you see the original will?
When I came to the property after Jessy invited me and my mom to go,
When was that?
a couple days after Lynn had passed.
So you saw the will?
I saw a will.
When you went into Lynn's condo with your mom, you guys were looking around for the money, correct?
No,
Because your mom had told you that Lynn had taken the money out of the lockbox, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall your mom telling you that Lynn told her that she took the money out of the lockbox?
No, it was nothing that was ever important to me.
And that's why you were looking so hard in that condo, because you were looking for that money, correct?
No,
Objection, that's asked and answered and misstates his testimony.
His answered my stance, since he answered it. Please move on.
Yeah, that memory fog again.
I mean,
Because
you
he's
heard
been in the
testimony today
courtroom
where
the
that
entire
vehicle that
time.
Lynn promised you, she also promised to Jennifer Flower, correct?
I don't ever recall her telling me it was promised to Jennifer Flower, considering I picked out the vehicle with her.
Right, but she had told you that she was gonna give it to you, but you saw a document where she was gonna give it to Jennifer Flower, correct?
Yeah,
And you said that Lynn would buy you gifts like cards, gift cards, correct?
just for holidays.
Plus she would give you cash too?
There's never cash. I do recall on one occasion she might have put $50 in like a birthday card, I think when I was 18 years old.
Do you ever remember seeing any kind of checks from Lynn as a gift?
No, it was always gift cards.
You sure about that?
If I showed you a check that has your name on it and your signature for $200 on July 22nd, 2016, would that refresh your memory?
Could have been a Christmas gift.
If I showed you this
July?
check, would it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Well, I guess Christmas in July.
'97. You may. State, saw that?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
You can look at it real close.
Get
So the record's clear, the witness has been shown what's been marked as Exhibit 597.
Yeah, and the memo's there too, so I know what it's for. I remember.
Did you look at the exhibit?
Yep.
Does it refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what, do you remember getting a check from Lynn on July 22nd, 2016 on or about for $200?
Yep, that was for my high school graduation.
Are you offering that?
No, Judge.
Okay.
I don't know how they proved where the money in the lockbox went. Because nobody seems to know how much was in the lockbox. There's a lot, 10,000, 50,000. Maybe Lynn used it. I mean, I don't know if anybody
Prosecutors
knows.
ever share documents that they had received in this case with you?
Sustained, please rephrase.
You reviewed this case with prosecutors, correct?
Parts of it.
Did,
Parts of it. Okay. He's like, I'm stuck. Help me. Help me, Attorney Kugler.
do you recall seeing a document that was authored by Lynn at the BMO Harris Bank that talked about division of property?
Do you understand the question?
Can you rephrase?
Do you recall seeing a document that Lynn had authored at the BMO Harris Bank on or about January 2016 where she divided her property?
I don't recall.
If I showed you a document, would it refresh your memory?
Possibly.
You may.
I'm showing you a document that's been marked Exhibit 598. Could you just glance through this document and see if it refreshes your memory? I've never seen it before.
This appears to be a document that Jesse handed to me in October of 2018. I do recognize this document.
And the document does contain Lynn Hernan's name on it, correct?
Yes.
And the notary stamp of Allison Pamarian, an employee at the BMO Harris Bank, correct?
I mean, anybody can be a notary.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
And it seems to talk about Lynn dividing her property, correct?
Appears that way.
And it has property given to Corrine Lang. Do you know who that is?
That's my mom's maiden name, which is strange that she would use her maiden name when my mom's been married for 27 years.
And Diane Lang, correct?
Yes, that's my aunt.
And Jennifer Flower, correct?
Yes,
And Jim Kelleher, correct?
yes,
And Keith Lang.
yes.
And with those individuals, it also has Jessy Kurczeweski on here, correct?
Correct.
I mean, I don't know if it'd be,
But the letter for each of the individuals, or the document seems to indicate what Lynn wants done with her personal property, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
would it be more strange for Lynn to use his mom's maiden name, especially when she's writing Lynn, sorry. Would it be more odd for, I keep getting Lynn and Jesse mixed up. Lynn to use his mom's, Corinne's maiden name when she also is going to put Corinne's brother, Keith, who obviously has his maiden name, or his last name would be Corinne's maiden name. Maybe it was just what was on her mind. Or would it be more likely Jesse put that in there? Because if she's going to forge all these documents, why would she make that mistake? You'd think she'd have, or if, she's so great at it, according to old Magdalena, at the silly mistake that for Jessy to make. I don't know. Just keeps kind of fitting together and then not. It's like trying to shove that puzzle piece together because it looks like it should fit, but it just doesn't. You got to pound on it a little bit to get in there. And you know it's not right.
Again, the document again suggests that Lynn wants Jennifer Flower to get the vehicle, correct?
That's what that document says.
I mean, each page of this document is notarized by Allison Pamaran, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what that means when somebody notarizes a document?
Objection calls for speculation and relevance.
Overruled, the way that was questioned was fine. You may answer.
Can you re-ask the question?
Do you know what that means when somebody notarizes a document?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I mean, somebody watched, read, and confirmed that that document is valid.
Your name's not on this document, correct?
I don't think so.
And Lynn wrote this apparently January 14, 2016.
She didn't like you then. Just kidding.
You know who Cole Kostreva is?
Yes, I do.
Last name spelled for the reporter Kostreva. Who's that? Because he's listed on here.
It's Lori Kostreva's son. He's one of my best friends.
Because I realized on this document that she mentions him and she has you in parentheses. She does list you in parentheses. Is that true?
Yes,
She had Kostreva on one of her wills at one time, didn't she?
she did.
And that was in around 2016, correct?
I think she had that will prior to 2016, but in 2016, I think she removed Cole Kostreva from the will because Lori Kostreva and Lynn had a small falling out. They'd been friends for a long time and they were upset at each other. I don't really remember what the reasoning was.
Right, Lynn Hernan talked to you about that, correct? Why she was taking him off the will, correct?
Yeah, she talked to me about it and just there's another uncomfortable conversation way back when.
And that's the way Lynn was.
Every
correct?
conversation
Somebody
with
pissed her
him
off,
and
she
Lynn is uncomfortable.
take him off the will.
Wouldn't say that.
What? Well, she took Cole Kostreva off her will.
Cole is still listed on that.
On the present will?
That's what it looks like.
No, this is just a BMO Harris document. This is not the will. This is not a will.
Okay.
No object. Is there a question there?
Sustained, the jury will disregard any statements by Attorney Galaviz. He cannot testify.
Sorry.
You want to see the document again?
No, it's you said it's from BMO Harris. I've seen it.
Are you sure?
Well, my point was that she had Cole on the will and then she took him off, correct?
Correct.
And she took him off because she, something pissed her off about him, correct?
I just don't think she'd seen Cole that much in the past couple of years due to her parents falling out, and he was a minor, and so was I. So he didn't have a chance to foster or continue fostering a relationship with Lynn.
So Cole was taken off the will because he wasn't keeping in contact, or he wasn't seeing her enough, correct?
Objection asked and answered and speculation.
Sustained.
And in 2018, you weren't visiting Lynn as much as you were in 2017 and 2016, correct?
No, we were doing more things though in 2018 together outside of her condo.
You said you only saw her 2 or 3 times the whole year,
In 2018?
correct?
That is correct, but it was St. Patrick's Day. I think me and my mom went over there one time in the summer. We talked a lot that summer, and then in August, I got together with her and my uncle.
I mean, when she was in the hospital in September of 2018, you didn't go visit her, did you?
I didn't know she was there because my mom was in the hospital.
They were in the same hospital, correct?
Yes,
But Lynn didn't try to call you. Did you have a cell phone?
I believe at the time I did.
I mean, Lynn didn't call you on your cell phone and say, I'm here at the hospital, come and visit me, correct?
No.
I mean, you never took Lynn, or bought Lynn's groceries, did you?
I never bought groceries for her, but I went to the grocery store with her on occasion.
But you didn't personally go take groceries to her, correct?
When I was in college, I didn't have any money.
I mean, you didn't take her to her doctor's appointments, did you?
Never did.
When she was sick at her condo, you didn't go take care of her, did you?
I offered. She said she had help.
But you didn't go, did you?
No, I just called her.
Did you go visit her when she was sick?
Offered.
Did you go visit her when
I
she
did
was
not.
You indicated that your Uncle Keith spoke to her a lot?
Every day.
So there should be calls from Keith to Lynn's phone at her condo, correct?
Either that or a cell phone, although she used her landline a lot.
So there should be, so Keith called her every day, starting when?
They've been longtime friends for 30 plus years. I guess I can't testify to say it was every day, but it was multiple times a week,
Starting when?
30 years ago.
So for 30 years, he's been calling her multiple times a week.
Yes.
So why wasn't Keith aware that she was in the hospital?
Objection, speculation, and relevance.
Sustained.
To strike the question, it assumes facts, not amendments.
I sustained the question and jurors to disregard it. I should say I sustained the objection, juries to disregard the question.
So you're pretty close to Keith Lane?
Yes.
Again, he's your uncle, correct?
He's my uncle.
You keep in contact with him every day?
Multiple times a week. He lives right up the road.
So every time he would call Lynn, you were present?
Not every time, but a lot.
So when,
Don't paint yourself into a corner, dude, even if it's not a big deal. It doesn't make you look good. Not saying he is, I don't know.
so on exhibit number 598 that we were just talking about, the BMO Harris document, when Lynn writes Keith Lang, glass butter dish in courier cabinet next to fireplace, he knows he already received personal gift early. What is personal gift did Lynn give him?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained is to the form of the question and foundation.
Did Keith ever talk about the personal gift that Lynn gave him?
As far as I'm aware, Keith didn't receive any personal gift from Lynn Hernan.
But that's what the document states, correct?
That's what it states.
It further goes, Richland Center pictures, parentheses, glass, all restaurants/bars. Apparently the pictures of restaurant bars, which was a dry county when grandma were alive. Do you know what she was referring to?
I think there were old pictures of a bar was in I don't remember what state, and it was during like the Prohibition era, and it was just like kind of like a cool old outlaw picture. But I don't remember exactly what it was.
But that's what she was referring to in this document, correct?
Yes.
So Lynn would revise what people would get, correct?
I was unaware of revisions, but it appeared that way on the documents, correct?
That's the way Lynn was, right? I mean, you're aware, I mean, she told you that when she passed away, she didn't want the estate to get anything. She wanted all her money or belongings to go to somebody, correct?
That is correct.
That was very important to her, correct? That when she passed away, she wanted her money and all her property to go to certain individuals and not the estate,
State.
not the government, correct?
Golly.
Objection calls for hearsay.
If you know, you may answer.
All I can remember is she was worried about other entities taking from her estate in the event that something would happen to her. Whether that was governmental or not, I'm unsure.
This guy doesn't know how to fill up dead air space. Come on. Ask your question. She's signing all those post-it notes and it's messing with his train of thought.
And on page 2 of exhibit number 598, it states, I, Lynn Hernan, being of sound mind and body on this date, January 16, 2016, if any of the following people listed below, survive me, are to be given personal items under their names if property is still available to do such. Lynn Hernan. Does that sound like her?
Yes.
And again, on this document, she doesn't leave you anything.
Sorry, I just didn't hear the question.
Again, I'll say it again, Judge. Again, on Exhibit 598, the BMO Harris document, she doesn't leave you anything.
That's what that document appears to say.
You should not look annoyed in front of the jury, sir. Not a good look, because then it kind of makes them wonder if you're answering your questions truthfully. But to look at them, roll your
Judge, I
eyes
think
and
we've
sigh.
talked enough about Exhibit number 598 that I
good.
move into
Don't do
moving
that.
into evidence.
No objection.
And I'm sure it's hard because he doesn't like this guy.
Exhibit 598 is received. Make sure Madam Clerk gets a copy of that.
That have to be published, Judge?
No objection.
Permission to publish granted.
I mean, Jesse's wrote a book over there.
Can you, I'm just looking at the screen, correct?
Correct, it's not up.
Okay.
It's in front of the witness of the court and the parties. 598.
Maybe he needs his glasses like I would.
Clerk, do we have an Elmo available possibly? An Elmo available?
We have a document camera.
Yeah.
Let me do this. Jurors, you can stand, you can stretch. We'll get the, by any chance the state have that document handy?
I might have to see the hard copy again. I can try my best to pull it up.
Right, you have a different number on that, so that needs to be, you can stand. Please email that document to Madam Clerk. I should be able to rotate it and display it.
That guy has so much problems with technology.
Oh, darn it, sorry.
I wonder who that is in the
Publish
red
it
and
for
black
the defense, I
checkers.
think.
She's been there every day on that side.
Do you have it pre-marked
But I'm gonna
as an
stop
exhibit?
trying to
Okay,
guess.
all right, great. In the meantime, email that to Madam Clerk and she can add it into the
My eyes
record.
are itching like.
So switch to the state, we'll make sure, have a seat then, please, and then we should be able to continue.
Attorney Nick Lai work with Mr. Vulcanier on where that is located in our file.
Understood.
I believe we're ready. It's gonna be 598. We're just showing
You can email that to Madam Clerk. She can affix it through the exhibit Q with a sticker, 598, and we'll be good to go.
Thank you.
Have you switched? I don't have a speaker laptop. All right.
Switching laptops briefly.
Appreciate you looking for it. When you get that.
Good grief.
Okay, I believe that's out now.
Hold on. Just confirm, Attorney Galaviz, that's the same document you had marked as 598.
Yes, ma'am.
Just be mindful of the headings. If there's any exhibits that have not been received, they should not be on that.
Mr. Post, could you see that exhibit in front of you?
Yes.
And that's the first page of the exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And it starts at the beginning, obituary to be put in Madison was WI newspaper, Waukesha Freeman, prepared and notarized January 16, 2016, Lynn Hernan, correct?
Correct.
And under Freeman, for some reason, she had,
Okay, so I don't think she meant to. She put Lynn Hernan, loving daughter of Bob and Lorraine Hernan, diseased instead of deceased, which kind of leads, puts a little bit more weight towards her writing Lang for Corinne's last name instead of Posa. Passed away, 10/3/18. Born 6/26/56. Lynn lived more in her life, in her first 40 years than most people do in a lifetime. Due to being surrounding by the same lifelong friends. After leaving Madison, graduating class of 1974, La Follette High School followed her passion to be a salon owner, hairstylist. If you knew Lynn, her other passions without a doubt were the sun, water, entertaining, and cooking, but most of all, Betty Davis black and white movies. He's probably going to read this. Just wondering. It says original in lockbox. BMO branch. So if you look at that writing, the E's are very, they're all like that person writes capital E's for all their E's, no matter where they are.
Written the word Sunday paper, correct?
Yes.
And it states Lynn Hernan, loving daughter to Bob and Lorraine. Hernan, deceased. You know who Bob and Lorraine are?
Robert and Lorraine are her father and mother.
In 2016, were they deceased?
They both were deceased, I think, in 2016.
And it says passed away, and then there's several, like 2-3 lines in a comma, correct?
Correct.
Born June 26, 1956. Is that her birthday?
That's Lynn's birthday?
Correct. Is that Lynn's birthday?
Yes.
And it says Lynn lived more life in her first 40 years than most people do in a lifetime. Due to being surrounded by the same lifelong friends after leaving Madison, graduating class of 1974, Lafayette High School. Does that sound, do you know where Lynn graduated from?
I don't recall.
How would he know that?
Do you know that 1974 seemed correct?
Seems about right.
I mean, me and Lynn are the same age, and I graduated in 1974.
Why would he know that?
Outside the realm of this witness's knowledge.
Sustained. Jury will disregard that last comment.
She seems so.
Just followed her passion to be a salon owner, hairstylist. If you knew Lynn, her other passions, without a doubt, were the sun, water, entertaining, and cooking. Does that sound like Lynn?
Yep.
But most of all, Betty Davis in black and white movies, and The Wizard of Oz.
So you liked all that stuff too?
So on this day, comma, play Somewhere Over the Rainbow, in parentheses, correct?
Yep.
Does that sound like Lynn?
Yes.
Is that the song she liked?
That's the song that's in Wizard of Oz that everybody knew she liked.
Yeah. By Judy Garland, as Betty would say, fasten your seatbelts, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Favorite line from movie All About Eve. Does that sound like Lynn?
Yes.
So remember, Lynn, when you see a black and something movie and smile. I think she's writing there white, but on my document, I can't totally make out what it says, but it seems to appear to say black and white movie and smile. Would you agree?
It doesn't sound like something she would say, but it looks like it's written by her.
Surviving wonderful cousins, aunt and uncles located all over. All donations please give to a no-kill animal shelter, because another one of her passions was saving all the unwanted stray animals, which she has had all her life. Is it something that she would talk about stray animals?
She always had cats.
It says, P.S. Do not change. Not having a service, a memorial, or party just. I'm not sure what that word says, but it's signed Lynn Hernan, correct?
That's what it appears.
And on the second page of that document, these were things we were just discussing, correct? Page 2.
Yep.
She was going to give Diane Lang 2 antique pictures in the hallway. Mom's something great grandma, great aunt, 24 years old. Did that sound like Lynn?
This doesn't sound like Lynn. She wouldn't have misspelled my family's name wrong.
Where's your family misspelled?
Corrine Lang, for one. My mom's name is Corrine Poza. Corrine spelt wrong. It's Koreen. She knew my mom very well and would address her cards that way.
Speaking of cards, your mom testified that you guys brought cards to the sheriff's department, correct?
Just a few.
The sheriff's department had asked you, please bring everything you have that has Lynn Hernan's handwriting on it, correct?
They didn't specify everything. They said, please bring some things of Lynn Hernan, with her handwriting on it. They didn't say everything.
Do you have more handwriting documents?
Yeah,
Did the sheriff's department ask you, could you bring other documents with you to the sheriff's department?
said it was not needed.
Do you know why they wanted the handwriting document?
They didn't tell me specifically why. I just gave it to him because they asked.
I'm showing you it's marked at State's Exhibit number 49.
You just have to switch computers then.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hold on. And you'll have it on your computer, Attorney Galvez?
I hope so, Judge.
All right, go ahead.
We all hope so too.
Not yet. You want to publish right away?
Yes, Judge.
This is document 49, Exhibit 49.
These are copies of cards that you and your mom brought to the sheriff's department?
Correct.
How does she spell your mom's name on that card?
It's Carini. She used to call my dad and mom Carini and Boobala. That was their nicknames.
How does she spell your mom on this card?
Korenie.
Which is still Carini, but it's
That's
not
how you
spelled the
spell your
same
mom's
way.
name.
No,
So
but
she
it's a
doesn't-
birthday card.
Correct, I'm just saying, that she didn't spell your mom's name correctly on that document, did she?
No,
How did she spell your mom's name on that document?
same way.
So again, on two cards, she didn't spell your mom's name correctly, correct?
Why would she spell it incorrectly on a will?
No, I'm just saying
Hold
that,
on, I'll strike that last answer as being non-responsive. Sir, you need to answer the questions, okay?
Yes.
Jury will disregard that last answer. Please re-ask your question, Attorney Galvez.
on this document, how does she spell your mom's name?
It looks like Koreene.
And that's not the way you spell your mom's name, is it?
Nope.
And that's not
And
Carini.
again, these are
but it
copies of
looks like
documents that
Carini.
you and your mom brought to the sheriff's department, correct?
Yes.
Hold on, sir, in the back, you may not be shaking your head. You cannot affirm or contradict or anything, and if I see it again, you will not be in the courtroom, okay? Thank you, I trust you'll follow it.
No, let's go back to exhibit
Make her lay the
number,
law down, because she will,
that's exhibit number
the
598.
nicest way possible.
You still have it.
Thank you. State table this time, Madam Clerk.
On page 3 of that exhibit, you see that in front of you?
Yes.
All the E's are the same there.
On that
and I
exhibit, she
forgot to
talks
look
about
on the
what Jenny,
card.
Jenny Flowers should get, correct?
Correct.
She talks about the gold cross with ashes, in parentheses, and final disposition papers, correct?
Correct.
On the next paragraph, she talks about my vehicle driving at the time of death, correct?
Correct.
She's currently a Jeep Patriot 2014, correct?
That wasn't her car when she died, but correct.
And below regarding Jessy Kurczeweski, what does she give her? It says, in parentheses, Jennifer Flower can reach, and then it says Wizard of Oz, memorabilia, started with the first something in window you gave me, and then she talks about Cole Costrava, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was one person she took off her well.
Yes.
And then that same page you are mentioned, correct, in parentheses.
Yes.
On the next page, she talks about Jim Kelleher. Do you know who's Jim Kelleher?
It was a longtime friend and ex-boyfriend.
She talks about things in the house that she wants to give him. She talks about grandma's champagne glass, 2 bracelets in the ashtray. She talks about a television set. Do you know what she's talking about, television set, that Emerson?
Yeah.
Is that what she owned?
I'm not sure what brand TV she had.
She talked about speakers, a silver ashtray filled with cross.
I didn't. The two bracelets, it doesn't say in ashtray. It says ashtray in my
Correct.
china cabinet.
Correct.
And again, at the beginning of the paragraph, she talks about Lynn Hernan being sound of mind, correct?
That's what it appears.
And on the corner, she
Small
says,
silver
or she writes attached to
ash-filled
will,
cross.
correct?
Correct.
Yeah, he didn't read that right, but it's hard to
And
read.
the next page after that, I think it's listed 404. She again talked about what she wanted done if any of the people listed below outsurvive
It
her,
was an
correct?
ash-filled
Yes.
cross.
She talks about Lisa watering. You know who that is?
I'm not sure who that is.
Well, it must be fake.
And then on the last page, again, on that corner, she says attached to will, correct?
Correct.
She finishes with Eileen Hernan being of sound mind and body, have a lockbox, BMO 514. Lists the location, correct?
Correct.
And she has copied this to self-attorney, insurance people presently Jim Berg. Do you know who that is?
I don't recall who that is.
Apparently that's her insurance agent.
Objection, the witness just stated he does not know who that is.
Sustained.
Well, it states he has his number, correct?
Yeah, and it says independent agent.
In parentheses, correct?
Yes.
And it says company is Progressive for auto homeowners, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I have about 20 minutes probably, if that's, you want to keep going?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kozda, a lot was made of your visits with Lynn stopping or falling off between 2017 and 2018. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would you say that you ever stopped caring about Lynn?
Absolutely not.
If somebody claimed that you and your mother just didn't care about Lynn anymore in 2018, would you agree with that?
Disagree.
Did you and Lynn personally ever have any kind of falling out?
No.
Did you believe Lynn was ever angry with you between 2016 up until the time of her death?
No.
You said that sometimes you can remember going shopping with Lynn, correct?
Yeah.
And I believe you said that the stores you recall going to were on Capitol Drive?
Yeah.
Is that in Waukesha County, do you know?
I think Pewaukee's in Waukesha County.
Okay, it was close to her house in Pewaukee?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever go shopping with her in places like Franklin or West Allis or Hales Corners even?
Judge, I object to reading.
Don't think my
Overruled.
question suggests an answer. I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Thank you. You can answer the question.
No.
Did you know Lynn to shop in those geographic locations?
She stayed in Waukesha County, it seemed.
Now, Attorney Galaviz played the recording to help you remember what you told detectives as far as seeing prescription pill bottles, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, in that recording, you said you did see prescription pill bottles when you went to Lynn's condo after her death.
Yes.
Was that normal?
No.
When you would go visit Lynn on lunch between classes, would you see prescription pill bottles everywhere?
Objection as to vague. What time are we talking about?
Overruled.
You can answer.
Maybe one or two bottles, like here and there, but nothing that extreme, no.
And these letters, the Exhibit 598 that you were shown, are those the same letters that Attorney Galaviz earlier asked you that Ms. Kurczeweski handed you at Lynn's condo?
Was it probably in the same stack? Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe there were different letters that Ms. Kurczeweski showed you, or?
Yes.
Okay. And when Attorney Galaviz asked you about those letters, not necessarily Exhibit 598, I'm trying to be clear about that, but the letters that Ms. Kurczeweski handed you at Lynn's condo, Attorney Galaviz asked if they appeared to be written by Lynn, correct?
Yes.
And you said,
No.
why did you not believe they appear to be written by Lynn?
Just the misspellings, it was a will. It wasn't something that was like a birthday card.
And did you happen to find those when you were looking around the condo that day?
Happened to find what?
Did you happen to find those letters on your own and Ms. Kurczeweski explained them to you?
No. I was handed down.
By Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes.
Same thing with Exhibit 598 and the writings you saw there. Do you know who wrote those?
No.
Did you ever see Lynn write those?
No.
You said Lynn often brought up her estate or what she wanted to have happen if something happened to her.
Correct?
In any of those conversations, did Lynn show you these pieces of paper?
No,
Did
No, we
Lynn
wouldn't-
reference who she wanted
wouldn't have
specific
asked for
items of
him.
property to go to?
not specifically, no.
He didn't want to see it. He didn't want to talk about it.
When
Those have
Lynn would
fancy
bring up her
answers to his
will,
questions.
and you said she was always doing that and made you uncomfortable, what do you mean she would always bring up her will?
She would reference it a lot while we were, together, and she said, it's important for you to pay attention to this, and I would just reiterate that the importance was hanging out with her and spending the time with her. It was awkward for a 18 to 20-year-old to be talking about finances with a 62-year-old woman.
And when was the first time you can remember her bringing up her will or her wishes if something happened to her to you?
Shortly after her mother passed.
And do you remember what year that was, roughly?
I don't recall.
Okay. In any of those conversations where she wanted to talk about if something happened to her, did you believe she was suicidal?
No,
Did you believe she was thinking she was going to die very soon?
no,
Okay. And again, you didn't see Lynn write these, and Lynn didn't bring these letters up to you. And is that true of the letters Ms. Kurczeweski handed you, as well as what you saw in Exhibit 598?
Can you ask again?
Sure. Let me ask it better. The letters Ms. Kurczeweski handed you a few days after Lynn Hernan died,
Judge, that states the facts. Those letters were never handed to him, but I think the record says they were emailed to him.
I think he's testified several times that Ms. Kurczeweski handed him letters at the condo.
Oh, those letters.
Withdraw the objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That is correct.
Oh, goodness.
Lynn Hernan never showed you those.
No.
The
But why would she?
documents in Exhibit 598 that you
He
looked
didn't
at
want to look
today,
at them.
did Ms. Hernan ever show you those?
No.
Did she ever reference them?
No.
Again, why would
Again,
she?
Did you ever
He
go with
didn't want
anybody
see
to the
them.
bank or somewhere else when they were notarized?
No.
Switching gears a little bit, Attorney Galaviz pointed out that you've gotten to sit in court for this trial.
That is correct.
Do you know why you get to do that?
Yes.
Why is that?
Labeled a victim on the case.
And you have certain rights as a victim?
That is correct.
Did
That's
anything
embarrassed.
about you being able to sit in court thus far shape your testimony in any way today?
No.
Did you hear somebody testify and say, oh, okay, I remember it differently?
No.
While you've been in court, you've had the chance to hear that Ms. Kurczeweski has used other people's identifications before, right?
Yes.
All right, so when we talk about notarized documents, you're still not sure that Lynn wrote these, are you?
At the time or as I sit here now,
As you sit here now, sir.
I don't believe that those are documents that Lynn Hernan wrote.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that was not 25 minutes. Maybe that's a good thing. But it is 12:05, and this will be an excellent time to take our lunch break. All my admonitions that I've previously given you still remain, even though you stay within the jury room area. So all rise for the jury, please. I'll let the bailiffs know how long. You can be seated. Please review your notes and any requests. I have documents 595, 596, and 597 all being marked. One was an audio file, so whether they are being offered or not, they've been marked, so they need to be part of the record. So the defense needs to make sure that we have copies of those for the record, including the audio file on a flash drive or CD. Then I don't believe state offered 76.
Correct.
All right, and then 83, you did not offer as well. Both of those were marked and referenced, but not offered, so same thing. Obviously, they'll be part of the record, whether they come in through any other witnesses, please let me know as that happens. So, but those were just kind of the outstanding exhibits that Madam Clerk and I had, and so let me know after the lunch hour if there's anything we need to do with those, other than I've already commented on. Anything else from the state before we break for lunch?
Oh, thank you, Judge.
How about from the defense?
Judge, exhibit number 595, did I offer those? No. Can I make that motion now? Is it?
She's got to be so exasperated. with it.
There was an objection to foundation, so if you're offering it, it's, what's the state's position?
I would object. There's been no foundation to explain what it is.
Right, then I'll deny that at this time. 596 was the audio recording that you played a portion of. Are you offering that?
Yes, Judge.
I have no objection to it coming in for those 30-some seconds.
I'll receive it, noting that a very small portion of it was actually played to the jury. And 597 was the check. It was clearly shown to the witness. He testified about it, but it was never offered.
I'll make that motion.
No objection.
597 will then come in. I'll just need to make sure I tell the jury it is both 596 and 597 are received. 596, of course, just the clip that was played. So I'll make a note to let them know when they come in. All right, we are in recess.
Sorry,
Let's.
there's one more thing.
Oh,
I would
go
just
ahead.
move that Mr. Anthony Poser be released from all subpoenas.
No objection.
All right, he is released from all subpoenas.
Thank you.
Okay, anything from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, let's have everyone back here by 1:25, so that we can start as quickly at 1:30 as possible. Thank you, everyone. Record. I know you need to test the AV quick, but I just want to make a record of Juror 29 told one of the civilian bailiffs that when you walk up with paper exhibits, he's the last spot. He can see them before they're offered, and he just wanted us to know. So we have the document camera now out, which would have, I'm not saying you can't approach the witnesses, but if you want to use the document camera, it's there, and that's a good way to do that as well, or just be mindful when you're walking up. All right, we'll go back off the record while you test. They were before. We are all back after the lunch hour. I know we had some testing of AV equipment done, but is there anything I need to address from the parties prior to bringing the jury out from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No.
All right, and you have your next witness then available? Yes. All right. Madam Clerk, please have the jury brought out. All right. My note fell. Good afternoon. If you would make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give
All right, I got
shall be
2
the truth,
hours.
nothing but the
Hopefully I
truth, so help
can
you
get
God?
it done.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. When you are seated, the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Paul R. Nowakuski. First name is spelled P-A-U-L. Middle initial is R. Last name is spelled N-O-W-A-K-O-W-S-K-I.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Nowakuski, what is your current job?
I am the registrar in probate for Waukesha County. I'm also a supplemental court commissioner.
Can you tell the jury what that all entails?
The register in probate is basically the clerk that handles all of the probate matters that get filed in Waukesha County. The registrar in probate is the judicial arm to the registrar's office when they're handling informal administration, allows me to sign certain documents, notices, statements, domiciliary letters, and the like.
Before you obtained those positions, how were you employed?
Prior to coming to Waukesha County, I spent about 2.5 years as the registrar in Jefferson County. And prior to that, I spent 25 plus years practicing law in the probate area.
So your practice primarily focused on probate?
I would say about 75 to 80% of it.
What sort of education did you receive for your position as a registrar in probate?
I have a degree from Marquette Law School, a Juris Doctorate degree, which is just a general law degree. There was no specialty training in the law school for probate. I did take a class in probate as an elective. Prior to that, I was an English major at Marquette University in undergrad.
We've been kind of talking already a little bit about probate, but can you just tell the jury what probate is generally?
Probate generally is the procedure that's in the court system that allows for the transfer of assets of a decedent that are in the decedent's name alone without a listed beneficiary or a joint tenancy with right of survivorship to the either heirs at law if there is no will or beneficiaries if there is a will. It also is a procedure at which the creditors of the decedent are paid through that process.
What is the principal purpose of probate?
The principal purpose of probate is basically what I just said, is to make sure that if a decedent owns assets in their own name alone, no one has the ability to manage or sell or transfer those to beneficiaries or heirs without the appointment of a personal representative. If the estate exceeds $50,000, there is a requirement of a personal representative. If it's under $50,000, you can have a personal representative, or you can do it through a summary proceeding.
Are there different types of probate?
There are two types of main probates. One is informal administration, which is managed by the Register and Probate's Office, that being the clerk, that being myself as the register. And then there's formal probate, which is the court administration of the estate. That is before either a commissioner or a judge, depending on what is all involved in the matter.
What is more popular between informal or formal probate?
I would say informal is the most popular proceedings when you're dealing with assets that are in excess of $50,000.
If there's a will that exists at the time of death in a probate matter, how is a personal representative appointed?
Well, the will nominate someone as the personal representative. That nomination is purely that, a nomination. Until the will is admitted to either informal probate or formal probate, that is still just a nomination. If the will gets admitted and the court, either through the registrar's office in an informal administration or through the judge in a formal administration, they will then appoint the personal representative, whoever that is agreed upon or determined based on the needs of that estate.
Speaking further about personal representatives, if a personal representative is appointed and they are represented by an attorney, whose interest does that attorney represent?
That attorney represents the personal representative in the administration of that estate. It's a misconception a lot that that attorney would represent the estate. They are truly not doing that. They are representing the individual as the personal representative.
So I just briefly mentioned a will. If you could just tell the jury what determinations are made in admitting a will to probate.
Well, first of all, the will is required to be in writing, and it is required to be witnessed by at least two non-interested parties to the administration of the decedent's estate. It can be witnessed by an interested party as long as they are not getting any more than their intestate share through the will itself. But normally in Wisconsin, it's two witnesses. It can be more, and there is something called a self-proving will, which is where the signature of the testator or the testatrix, that's being the decedent, and the witnesses are notarized by a person who is a notary public.
How is a disinterested witness defined or determined?
They basically cannot have any interest in inheriting any assets of the estate. They can be nominated as a personal representative and still be a witness to the will as long as they're not inheriting anything beyond their intestate share. When I say intestate share, I mean the share that they would receive if there was no will.
Okay. What's the next step in the probate process after a will has been admitted to probate and a personal representative has been appointed? In the appointment of the personal representative, we would issue domiciliary letters, and those letters give the power to the personal representative to step in the shoes of the decedent and do all things necessary to administer that administration, to pay any outstanding creditors, pay any bills, and distribute any assets throughout the course. We would also schedule if it's on notice, meaning that if there was a hearing on the admission of the will,
there would be a deadline for filing claims, which is usually between 3 and 4 months after the notice has been signed. If it's on waiver, then it would be done at the time of the admission of the will as well. And that would be, again, 3 to 4 months. Usually in Waukesha County, we've usually done about 100 days for the creditor's claims. Once that deadline is set, it gets published. In Waukesha County, we use the Waukesha Freeman, although it can be a different newspaper, as long as the newspaper is published once a week and it has a certain circulation level, which off the top of my head, I don't know what that is. And then you'd file an inventory within 6 months of date of death, or date of the appointment of the personal representative, excuse me.
Okay. So I want to kind of go back to the creditor portion of this. Does the personal representative have a legal or fiduciary duty to notify those potential creditors?
If the personal representative reasonably should have known of a creditor, they are required to send to them a copy of either the order, or either the notice to interested person deadline for filing claims if it's on notice, or the notice to creditors if it's on waiver. They are required to send that to them, giving them the deadline for filing that claim. I believe that has to be done no later than 30 days prior to the deadline for filing the claim. If they don't do that, potentially those creditors, if they can prove that they were reasonably should have been known of, they have up to a year to file a claim.
So you had testified earlier that you did a lot of this probate matter in your own private practice for 25 years, correct?
Correct.
In your practice as a probate attorney, what have you advised your own clients in terms of notifying creditors?
Objection relevance.
Overruled. He may answer.
What I would have advised my clients is, first off, I'd like to get a list of potential creditors, their contact information, and then I, as their attorney, would then send out that notice to them so that they would have that notice for the deadline, properly giving notice to these creditors so that they have a chance to file.
All right. So say that 3 to 4 month process goes pretty smoothly. What must the personal representative do to actually close out a probate matter in informal proceedings?
In an informal administration, like I said, they have 6 months to file an inventory with the court, although in an informal administration, they can exhibit it, which is basically bringing it into the courthouse, showing it to the register or the deputy register, paying the filing fee, which is 0.2% of the value of the estate. And then they would take the original document back. We would file a document in the case file showing the amount of the inventory, but no one would be able to know what the contents of the inventory would be. That is required to be done within that 6 month period of the appointment of the personal representative. Once that is done, they have, in Waukesha, we require the estate to be closed within 1 year. The statute actually says 18 months. But in an informal administration, when the personal representative statement to close is filed, there is 6 months from that date for anyone in the estate to file an objection to anything that the personal representative might have done throughout the course of that administration.
Does the personal representative have to file any financial receipts with the court to establish any accounting documents that are true and accurate?
In an informal administration, they are not required to file that accounting with the court. They are required by statute, and they're stating on their personal representative statement to close that they have provided that accounting to any of the beneficiaries or outstanding creditors that are there at the time of attempting to close.
I just have a few more general questions here about this whole process. Kind of going back to wills a little bit as well. What is the formal process for revoking an old will?
Well, if it starts as an informal administration, they would have to file a demand for formal proceedings because the register and probate, again, is an administrative proceeding, or a person that deals with the administrative proceeding of an informal administration. They cannot necessarily, they don't have the authority to revoke an old admission and put in a new admission. So it's going to go before the judge to make that determination as to whether or not that second will that comes up is a valid will and should be replaced by the old one. Now, it rarely, if ever, happens, but so that could happen in that respect. But they'd have to go through a demand for formal and be a formal proceeding moving forward.
What about just generally? So if someone had a will at their residence that was old and they wanted to replace that with a newer will, how would they go about handling those two wills?
Well, they'd have to petition the court to admit that secondary will. If the first one was already admitted, then the court's going to have to make a determination as to which will should have been admitted and which will is the one that should handle those assets.
All right, now we got kind of the general probate matter here. I just want to direct your attention here to an estate related to Lynn Hernan. Are you familiar with that estate?
I am.
Was that estate opened in October of 2018?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. Was there a will filed in that case?
There was a will that was dated from 2016 that was filed in that, and an application for informal administration was filed with it.
Did you admit that will into the probate case?
That will was admitted to informal administration, yes, after the application was filed and the documents filed with it.
So by admitting that will, you believe that it had complied with the statutes and that it was a valid will, correct?
Correct. Either myself or my deputy, I can't remember which one of us, examined that will and determined that it was obviously in writing, whether it's typed or handwritten, it can be either way as long as it's written. It was original signature on the document. And the witnesses on that document, as I recall, were representatives from BMO Harris Bank. So we presume they were non-interested parties based on their affiliation. They were not listed as beneficiaries under the will.
Was that will actually notarized as well?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay, so I think you mentioned earlier that it would have essentially self-proved, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And in an informal administration, they don't need to prove up the will. We just have to make a determination as to whether it's a valid will.
All right. And moving forward in regards to the beneficiaries of that will, are you familiar who was listed as the beneficiaries in that estate?
Beneficiaries, there were two of them, Jessy Kurczeweski, and I'm drawing a blank on the other gentleman. It was another friend, it was not a relative.
Okay. If I was to tell you that name of Anthony Posa, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, that is the correct name as I recall now, when you told me that.
In terms of evaluating this case, you mentioned Jessy Kurczeweski. Was she the personal representative in this estate?
She was the appointed personal representative. She was also nominated under the will.
Did Anthony Posa have to consent to Jessy Kurczeweski assuming duties as the personal representative?
He did sign a waiver and consent, having no objection to the appointment of her as the personal representative.
Okay. When that whole process is done, so after he had waived here and she was ultimately appointed the personal representative, what happens at that point?
Like I said, the notice to creditors was issued, the deadline for filing claims was stated, and then she went and published that creditor's notice in the newspaper, or her attorney did, one or the other.
Are you aware of whether or not creditors came forward in this estate?
There were some claims filed.
How are those claims filed?
The creditor would file a document called a claim of an estate. They would spell out what their claim consisted of, how much it was. They usually attach some sort of proof to it, not a lot on a normal basis, and then they pay a $3 filing fee.
Did you accept into probate some documentation of these creditors related to the estate?
Yes, I did accept some claims that were filed.
Okay. For example, did you accept some claims from Pro Healthcare?
Judge, object a leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did accept the claim from Pro Healthcare.
Ultimately, at some point during this probate proceeding, there was a filing regarding a loan from inheritance funding. Can you talk about what inheritance funding is in those types of loans?
Sometimes beneficiaries will want to receive a portion of their estate early before distribution, so they will contract with a company that will give them a percentage of their benefits from the estate for an amount that they agree upon. So they'll maybe get like maybe a 60% of their payout, and then the inheritance fund company would then step into those shoes, and they would be the ones would be receiving the beneficiary's distribution when it comes to that point.
Based on your experience as a probate attorney as well as the register in probate, how common are these types of loans?
Not extremely common. I mean, I've seen them over the course of time. When I was in private practice, I don't think I recall ever having any of those come through an estate, but that could have happened. I don't remember.
Okay. Moving forward in the probate matter with Lynn Hernan, ultimately, did Jessy Kurczeweski successfully close out the estate for Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that actually happened?
I don't have an exact date to my memory.
Are we talking spring of a year or 2019?
It was within the 1 year period, I believe, that it got closed, because it did not appear on the order to show cause at any point in time during the course of the estate, that part of the estate.
Okay. Can you close out an estate if any outstanding creditors who file claims against the estate are not paid?
If a claim is filed against the estate and it's filed appropriately with the court, then those claims have to be satisfied before I will allow the estate to be closed.
So you mentioned earlier, though, that ultimately this was successfully closed, correct?
Correct. All the claims that were filed prior to the filing of the personal representative statements were satisfied. There were estate receipts from all the parties involved.
Once a probate file is closed, what happens if any other creditors come and say that they have some claims against the estate?
There's two theories on that. Potentially, a lot of attorneys that represent estates would want to have that claim resolved. So they may petition the court for a special administration or a request to reopen the estate. As I stated earlier, when a personal representative statement to close is filed, if it's filed within that 1 year period, there's 6 months, or whenever it's filed, there are 6 months after that the estate should remain open for some of these things to happen. If a creditor thinks they are entitled to payment or that they weren't properly noticed, they could file that claim, and then the personal representative is going to have to deal with that claimant at some point.
In this case involving Lynn Hernan's estate, did claims come against the estate after it was closed originally?
There was one claim that got filed. I don't recall what it was for.
Okay. Do you recall what happened after that claim was made against the estate?
The attorney for the personal representative requested that the estate be reopened, which I agreed to. They filed an objection to that claim, and they filed a demand for formal proceeding because, as I stated earlier, as an informal administration, you cannot deal with any contested matters. It has to go before either a court commissioner or a judge for determination. And even a probate court commissioner, if it is contested throughout, cannot make a decision on that. Any ultimately contested matter has to be decided by the judge. So what they did is they filed a demand for formal, and they asked for a hearing to be held on that claim.
Do you know what happened with that claim at that point?
I believe that claim, eventually the creditor did not appear at that hearing, so I believe that claim was dismissed for lack of prosecution of it.
Does that mean that the personal representative had paid that claim, or just that they didn't show up?
It's just that the creditor didn't show up to contest the objection to the claim.
Moving forward in this, after the estate was reopened, did an attorney, Beth Kaler, get involved in this?
She was retained by Mr. Poza as the other beneficiary in this matter.
And then further on after that, did attorney Lisa Martinson cease being involved in this case?
I believe she withdrew as representing the personal representative at some point.
Okay. And later on, even more so at that point, are you aware of a time in this estate where Jessy Kurczeweski was removed as personal representative?
A petition was filed by attorney Beth Taylor on behalf of her client, Anthony Poza, requesting that she be removed as personal representative in the estate. And that came before, I believe that matter was contested. So that came before Judge Maxwell, who made the decision as to whether or not to remove her.
Do you know what that decision was?
He eventually did remove her as personal representative.
Do you know then who was appointed personal representative?
Mr. Poza was appointed as a successor personal representative at that time.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness here, exhibits 67 through 86 on his screen only. And I'm just going to ask Mr. Buccaneer to slowly scroll through each of these exhibits. And once we've done that, I'll ask further follow-up.
All right, go ahead.
Not much to comment on this guy. He's pretty straightforward. It's kind of interesting. Guess it's something we'll all have to go through.
After seeing all of those exhibits, are you familiar with these exhibits that just have been shown to you?
Yes, I am.
Are these all filings in the probate matter involving Lynn Hernan?
Yes, they are.
Do those appear to be true and accurate copies of those filings?
To the most part, I think some of them only have like one page, but not the full document.
Okay, but what you've seen here, you don't have any reason to believe that they've been doctored in any way?
Not that I can tell.
Okay. Your Honor, move exhibits 67 through 86 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibits 67 through 86 are all received. Permission to publish granted.
we're just gonna start with Exhibit 67 here. And I'm gonna, when this ultimately gets pulled up, I'll ask some follow-up.
Yes. It's in the jury box.
Awesome, thank you. So Exhibit 67, what is Exhibit 67?
That is called an application for informal administration. It is an initiating document for opening of informal probate.
On that document, does it discuss further down on page 1 a will dated November 26, 2016?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And further down, does it talk about, on the top of page 2, does it talk about who is nominated as personal representative?
It does state on page 1 who the nominated personal representative is in the will, and then it also states that they are nominating that person as the personal representative. It is actually on the line above paragraph 8 where the initial nomination shows up.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to Exhibit 68, please? What are we looking at in Exhibit 68?
68 is the first page of the will that I believe was the will that's discussed in the application of informal, but I'd have to see the final page to see the date.
Okay. If we could just scroll down.
All right. So the date of that will was that Ms. Hernan signed that will in November of 2016. And
And that is the will that was admitted into probate in this matter, correct?
that is correct.
Well, they're flying by it, but
Thank you. Can we move
she
to 68?
has Jessy
or 69,
nominated
please?
as the representative.
With Exhibit 69, what are we looking at in this?
This is a waiver and consent in an informal administration. Waivers and consents are allowed for a person to not object to the admission of a will, to the use of informal administration, and to the appointment of a specific personal representative. All beneficiaries or heirs at law would have to agree to the same personal representative.
So in Exhibit 69, it appears Anthony Poza signed it and waived any issues in terms of this administration.
That appears so, yes, based on the document, and he signed it on October 11th of 18.
Okay. Exhibit 70, please. There was some talk about some domiciliary letters. Can you explain what those are again?
Domiciliary letters are the document that grants the authority to the personal representative to act as the personal representative. It shows anyone who receives that document, the court has approved them as personal representative.
Okay. And I'm gonna have Mr. Vulcanier pull up Exhibits 71, 72, and 73 kind of in short order. Are Exhibits 71, 72, and 73 claims against the estate?
Yes, they are.
And again, those were filed here, and those have to be satisfied essentially before this probate matter can be successfully closed out, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Exhibit 74, please. We were talking a little bit about inheritance funding and those types of loans. Is this a copy of that loan that was submitted?
Yes, it is.
In that loan, under, I believe, paragraph 1 and 2, does it discuss the terms of that loan?
Yes, it does.
Could you please tell the jury the terms?
So basically, the person, that being Jessy Kurczeweski, received $10,000 for the ability for this company to receive $18,700 out of the estate. She received cash in the amount of $10,000. Paragraph 3 actually says that if they pay it back within a period of time, the sum certain, then they would release that lien.
Okay, that leads us perfectly into Exhibit 75. Does
Seems
Exhibit
like very
75 talk
Here's
about the
10,000 and I
satisfaction of
get
that claim or that
8,000.
that loan?
Yes, that document is the release and satisfaction of the assignment, showing that Ms. Kurczeweski has paid back that company $14,000. So therefore, they are no longer an interested party in the estate.
So I just want to make it clear for the jury. So essentially, Ms. Kurczeweski receives $10,000 originally up front, and then she ultimately pays them back $14,000?
That's correct.
And that's from her share of the estate, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we show him Exhibit 76, please? What is Exhibit 76?
Exhibit 76 is the accounting that was prepared by Attorney Martinson and filed, and it was signed by Ms. Kurczeweski. This is what is called a final accounting. showing basically the accounting from the start of the estate to the time that they were ready to close it.
I want to direct your attention here on page 1 to debts of decedent. Do you see that on
Yes,
page
yes, I
1?
do.
Does anything about that number stick out to you?
Well, it's a fairly large number.
Okay. And then I want to go to actually the next page.
Yeah, but if her condo's on there,
Oh,
it's
that's
not
page
that
3.
big.
And page 3, that further talks about capital gains and further debts of decedent, correct?
Yes, page 3 begins basically the breakdown of what all of the numbers were made up of that were on page 1. So page 1 is the synopsis, page 3 moving forward is the breakdown as to what that was, that consisted of.
Are there several credit cards listed under debts of decedent?
Yes, there are.
I'd like to move on to Exhibit 77, please.
It's also medical bills.
In Exhibit 77, what is this document telling us?
Exhibit 77 is the personal representative statement to close. This is the document that the personal representative files with the court to tell us that they are ready to close the estate. Once this document is filed, that starts the 6-month period to run for people to object to anything that occurred during this estate. This basically states that they've given notice to all the parties. The time for filing claims has expired. They fully administered it. They provided an inventory to all interested parties, that being the beneficiaries in this matter. They've sent they've paid there are no unpaid claims. They've provided a copy of this statement to all the interested parties and any outstanding creditors, which at this time there were none. And they furnished a full accounting of the administration in writing to all persons interested, and they paid attorney fees.
Moving on to Exhibit 78, please. Is Exhibit 78 a claim against the estate that was filed in June of 2019?
Yes, it is.
That was after Ms. Kurczeweski had successfully closed the estate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think we had gone over this, but someone can make a claim after the estate is originally closed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then at this point, shortly after, sometime that summer, did Attorney Martinson move to reopen the estate?
Yes, she did.
Moving on to Exhibit 79, please. What is Exhibit 79?
Exhibit 79 was the personal representative's objection to that claim that was just on the screen before. Perfect. As Exhibit 78.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 80. Is this another claim that was filed against the estate after it had originally closed?
Yes, this is a different claim that got filed back in July of 2019.
All right. And similar process, I'm going to show you Exhibit 81. Is this also an objection to this claim?
Yes, this is an objection to that particular claim.
And I believe earlier in your testimony, you had stated essentially these claims against the estate ultimately were dismissed because they didn't show up at that hearing.
That's my recollection.
All right. Moving on to Exhibit 82, please. Is this the petition to remove and replace Jessy Kurczeweski as the personal representative?
Yes, this is the petition that was filed by Attorney Taylor on behalf of her client, Anthony Poza.
Thank you. Moving on to 83, please. What are we looking at in Exhibit 83?
This is a document that was filed by Ms. Kurczeweski purporting to be a will that was executed by Ms. Hernan after
All right,
the
that looks like
2016
Jesse's
will,
writing.
but before she died. And this was filed, it was a handwritten document.
Compared to everything else we've seen.
I don't think, I mean, we looked at it, it was obviously an originally handwritten document, but we didn't know if it was an original will or not.
You stated earlier, though, that a will being handwritten in and of itself is not a problem, though, correct?
No, that's called a holographic will.
Okay. Was this will eventually admitted into this estate?
It was filed in the court, in the estate, but it was never admitted to probate.
Why not?
I believe the court, after it was objected to, determined that it was not a valid will. Or, no, I apologize, I take that back. The court determined that notice was not provided.
Judge, this is hearsay.
Overruled.
You can continue.
This came before Judge Maxwell in a hearing, and he dismissed this document because the document was not properly petitioned for admission and it was not noticed to the parties.
I want to scroll down to page 3 of Exhibit 83. Do you see who the witnesses are?
The witnesses were Jennifer Flower and Jessy Kurczeweski.
All right, and then apologize, Mr. Buccaneer, can we please scroll back up to page 2? I believe the main paragraph at the top here, the first paragraph, does it talk about who the beneficiary is of this will?
Based on paragraph 3 of this document, or article 3 of this document, it listed Jessy R. Kurczeweski as the residual beneficiary of this document.
We talked about this a little bit earlier about disinterested parties. Does that cause a problem with her being the sole beneficiary and a witness here?
Potentially, yes. As I stated earlier, a witness cannot receive any more than their intestate share of the estate. And Ms. Kurczeweski, as my understanding, was not an heir at law, so she would not receive anything as an intestate heir.
So if this will is actually admitted into the estate's case, Ms. Kurczeweski would have received nothing, correct?
Correct. She could have been appointed as the personal representative, but she would have received no assets. It would have ended up going to an intestacy. And so they would have had to locate heirs at law to pass those on to.
If we could move on to Exhibit 84, please. What are we looking at in Exhibit 84?
This is a petition to remove and replace the last will and testament due to reasons stated in the will being produced. This is Ms. Kurczeweski's attempt to get the document that was just as Exhibit 83 admitted to and replacing the will that was dated from 2016.
Can you please read to the jury the date that this was filed?
It was filed November 4th of 2019.
And I apologize, can we go back to 83, please? And scroll to the top of page 1. What date was that filed?
November 4th of 2019.
Moving on to Exhibit 85. What is Exhibit 85?
At this point, it was Ms. Kurczeweski's attempt to remove Mr. Posa as the personal representative, put her back into that position as to the will that was admitted or that was filed on November 4th of 2019.
Similar questions to the last two. What date was this filed?
The same date, November 4th of 2019.
I just have one more exhibit
It's
to go
clear,
through
she
here.
wrote the other one.
Moving on
that
to Exhibit
she
86.
tried to get in.
What is this?
This is believed to be a different version of that will that was originally filed on November 11th. This is another version of that will.
What date was that filed?
It was June 17th, 2020.
So she always makes
On the
capital
top of
R's. I didn't
Exhibit
catch that in the
86.
first, in the other one.
Does it make any reference to
Those R's were
Jessy?
capitalized.
Yes, it does state that Jessy rewrote and removed, I believe that says authority, and it says need to copy and notarize, serve copy to lawyers.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Can you
Good
keep
luck.
that same exhibit up?
Defense attorney.
Can you flip to the last page? Sir, that will was signed by Lynn Hernan. Do you see your signature on there?
Yes.
And it was signed by her in July of 2018, correct?
Per that document, yes.
Can I see exhibit number 83, please?
I guess you could have had Jesse
scroll
write
to the
it,
last page?
but then you would certainly say that in there somewhere if you were smart.
That will was also signed by Lynn Hernan, correct?
That is correct.
I think she was in jail when she tried
Can
to
you
get that one
take me
in.
to exhibit number
Actually, I think she was in prison.
68, please? The top page, please. Thank you. The last paragraph, sir, in that first page, second to last sentence, it says, wish I may own at the time of my death to Corrine Mary Posa, correct?
Yes,
And Corrine on that will is spelled K-O-R-E-E-N-E. Is that true?
that's what it says right there, yes.
And that's not her, you would know if that's her correct spelling or not a correct spelling, correct?
I have no idea if that's a correct spelling. I have to assume it was when it was filed.
So if I would tell you that Koreen is spelled Koreen based upon her testimony, would that affect the will?
It probably could not. It might. Depends on what the objection to the will would be.
But if her name is spelled Koreen, it seems like somebody misspelled her name, correct?
Could have been a drafter's error.
That's pretty weak, defense attorney.
And quite frankly, it's a contingent beneficiary. It's not even a beneficiary that was named in the will. She only would be receiving if the other two were not there.
Correct, but if her name is spelled Koreen, it was misspelled on the will.
Yeah.
Yes, hello. It doesn't matter. Move along.
This initially started with a petition put into informal,
It was initially started with an application for informal administration, yes.
and that was drafted by Attorney Martinson.
That is correct.
Is it safe to say because Attorney Martinson who is she representing? What's her part in this?
She was retained by Ms. Kurczeweski and was representing the nominated personal representative in the filing of those documents.
Does it matter much if she was also the one that drafted the will that was accepted?
It doesn't matter unless the will is contested, in which case then and although she didn't witness the original will, so she would not be brought in as a witness, so she could move forward as in a contest.
So she could have drafted the will for Ms. Hernan, correct?
She could have, but that will doesn't state who actually drafted it.
Do you ever find out who's involved in drafting the will?
No.
What law firm is involved?
Might have been stated throughout. It might have been her law firm, but I don't recall for sure. I'd have to be refreshed my memory.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Be released from the cell.
Objection.
Thank you. Once again, sir, you are released from your subpoena. State may call its next witness.
Thank you. State calls attorney Elizabeth Taylor.
Good afternoon. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up at the front of the courtroom to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Elizabeth Taylor, ELIZABETH
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Attorney Taylor. How are you employed?
I am an attorney at Walden Knights Ginkgo Harry here in Waukesha.
And how long have you been an attorney?
I've been an attorney for about 27 years.
Do you practice a certain type of law?
I do. I do estate planning and estate administration.
Is that the entirety of your practice, or do you do some other things here and there?
I guess there are some other things that come into play from time to time, but all of it is related to estate planning or estate administration.
And is that the type of law you've done for your 27-year career?
It is.
Okay. And just real briefly, what was your educational background leading into becoming a lawyer?
I went to undergrad at Northwestern in Chicago, and I went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison for law school.
As a probate or estate attorney, what's your general job duties?
I would say my job is really divided into two parts. The one half of it is working with people to develop their estate planning, wills, trusts, things like that, powers of attorney. And then the other half, the estate administration piece, is helping families after somebody has passed away settle all of the financial affairs.
In your daily job activities, do you ever represent personal representatives of estates?
I do, very often.
And as a lawyer, how do you assist a personal representative?
Really, we work together on the entire probate process. So handling the decedent's estate from filing the initial paperwork to open the estate to ultimately paying all the bills, distributing all the assets, and then wrapping up the court matter.
As a personal representative's attorney, do you just kind of take care of all of the paperwork, or does the personal representative have to review your work and sign off?
Personal representative is ultimately the one who's responsible for all the actions we're taking, of course, with my advice and counsel. So we really work through that whole process together. But no, there's nothing I'm filing that the client hasn't seen and reviewed and okayed.
Do you generally come on as an attorney at the beginning of an estate case, or I should say a probate case?
Yeah, typically I'm involved from the beginning of the situation. Most of the time, families don't have a real good idea of what to do after somebody passes away, and so their first call is often to somebody like me to help them with that process. There are, though, some cases where somebody else has been involved at the beginning and there's something going wrong or something isn't working right, and they bring in a different attorney. So there have been some estates that I've started in the middle, I guess.
Do you know an individual named Anthony Posa?
I do.
And how do you know him?
He is a client of mine.
How is it he became a client of yours?
He called me in the spring of 2019 and let me know that he was a beneficiary of an estate and he had some questions and maybe concerns about what was going on with that estate. And actually, the first time he called me, I asked him a few questions. We kind of talked through what had happened so far. And I honestly told him I didn't think there was anything wrong. I told him that I didn't think things were amiss at that point.
You said that was spring of 2019?
That was spring of 2019. Then later in the summer
Let me
of,
stop you for a second,
Okay.
because I want to stay there for a second. Do you recall at what point the probate case was at? Was it still open? Had it closed? Where was it at when he first called you?
when he first called me, it was right around the time that the probate was being wrapped up, and the steps that come into play at that point are filing a final account showing the court and the estate beneficiaries where the assets of the estate, were they used to pay expenses, were they distributed to beneficiaries, showing.
Sorry, just stop for a second.
Can I have the witness just answer the question?
I believe she is.
She's going on narrative.
She's explaining a process that I think requires a longer answer, so she may continue.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm sorry, you remember where you left off?
Can you remind me?
Sure. We were just talking about where the estate was,
yeah.
as you recall, when Mr. Posa first called you.
So I can't remember whether the final account had been filed and the receipts had been signed, or whether we were just before that time, but we were right around in the period where that initial administration was being wrapped up.
And you stated that at that point, over the phone, you thought there really was nothing amiss, I think were your words, right?
Correct.
Why did you feel like that?
He had been provided an inventory. He had been provided evidence that expenses were paid, as was shown on the final account. His answers to my questions just really lined up with the way things should have happened.
At that point, spring of 2019, did you have anything in front of you that you could look at when you were sort of making that initial determination?
I didn't. That
Okay.
was just from our conversation.
Okay. And before I cut you off earlier, you were saying something changed in your assessment.
And then later, Anthony called me again in July and let me know that there were some detectives investigating how the estate had been handled and that he thought I should take another look at it. And so I did. We sat down with the final account and reviewed things a little more carefully.
Okay. So let me ask you this. In that July phone call, did you know where the estate was at that point?
Yes, I knew that it had been closed and in fact had been reopened at that point to address a couple late creditor claims.
So it had already been reopened without you becoming Mr. Posa's attorney? Yes?
Yes.
Have you ever
She
had
should
to
know better than to say,
move to reopen a probate case on behalf of a concerned party?
Yes,
Is that an easy process?
yes.
Okay.
Very easy.
But that's not what you had to do in this case.
No, the estate was actually already reopened because two creditors had filed claims that the estate owed them money, and those needed to be addressed in court.
Okay. And you said one of the first things you did with Mr. Posa was look at what document?
The final account.
Okay. Could we pull up Exhibit 76 and publish it? It's already in evidence.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And Ms. Taylor, Attorney Taylor, we just have to wait for the jury box TVs to click on. Thank Thank you. Got the thumbs up. And could we make it a little bigger, Mr. Vulcanier? Thank you. All right. Attorney Taylor, do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this the final account statement you've been referencing?
Yes, appears to be.
When you and Mr. Posa looked through this, did you find anything that stuck out to you?
I did.
What was that?
If you go to,
And Attorney Taylor, let me stop you because you actually have a touch screen in front of you. So if you want to circle and direct all of our attention to what you're talking about, that would be great.
can I,
We can clear the screen.
how do I move to the next page?
Oh, we'll do that for you.
Oh, okay.
You can't do that. We'll do that for
Okay.
you. So you'd like us to go to page 2?
I'd like to, it might be 3 or 4, I'm not sure.
Okay, let's scroll through them. All right, that's page 2, it looks like. Should we keep going?
Keep going, to the bottom of that page, or it might actually flow into the top of the next page. So this right here is what concerned me,
Just let
or,
me stop you for a second, Attorney Taylor, just to document the record. You've drawn a line to the right-hand side of what's labeled on the left there as SCH capital G, debts of decedent. Is that accurate?
correct.
All right, thank you. Keep going. Why was that a concern to you?
So this showed that credit card bills of, if you look to the top of the next page, you'll see they total about $100,000. It's,
For the record, we switched to page 4, Your Honor, of Exhibit 76.
so there are $100,000, some of those are medical bills, but almost $100,000 of credit card debt, which is pretty unusual for an older woman who, by all accounts, didn't leave the house much.
And where were you getting that information about? Mr.
From Mr. Posa, from Anthony.
Okay. And so, Attorney Taylor, you've been doing this kind of work for 27 years, you said. Are you saying that that was such an unusual number, it caused you some suspicion?
Yes.
Had you ever seen a 62-year-old decedent with that much debt before?
No, and it's not just the amount of the debt, it's the amount of the debt relative to her assets. So only after selling her condo was there enough money to even approach paying all these bills. And does somebody run up credit card debt that's more or close to the equity in their condo or house? It just struck me as unusual.
So with that then, what did you do with Mr. Posa
They weren't
next?
going to be here anymore.
At this time, Jessy Kurczeweski was still the personal representative of Lynn's estate, and she was incarcerated at that time. And we felt that it wasn't appropriate for her to serve as personal representative when she wasn't available to handle responsibilities of the personal representative.
So what did you do in light of that?
So we petitioned the court to remove her as personal representative and replace her with Anthony.
Okay. Can we put up Exhibit 82, please, Mr. Vulcanier? And Attorney Taylor, this has already been received as Exhibit 82. Do you recognize it, though?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's our petition to the court to remove Jessy and replace her with Anthony as personal representative.
Have you had to do that before in your career?
No,
This is the first time?
this was the first time.
Was it a simple process where the judge just kind of makes a ruling, or are there court hearings involved? How does it all work?
No, we submit a petition to the court and serve it to all the interested parties, and then the court schedules a hearing where everybody has an opportunity to be heard, and then the court makes a determination.
And did the court make a determination on your and Mr. Posa's petition?
It did, yes.
All right. Can we pull up Exhibit 220, please, which is already in evidence? And do you recognize that?
Yes, that's
What-
the order that Judge Maxwell signed.
And what is the date of that order?
October 22nd, 2019.
2019? Thank you. And what does the order essentially do?
It removed Jessy as the personal representative of Lynn's estate and appointed Anthony in her place to continue the administration.
So as soon as this order was signed by Judge Maxwell, you were now representing the new personal representative of Lynn Hernan's estate?
Correct.
Did you have additional work to do then on the estate?
Yeah, part of our reasoning in wanting Anthony to be the personal representative is that would allow us to gather some additional information about the estate and see what was going on with all of those credit card bills.
Up until this court order was signed, did you personally have access to the probate file?
No.
After Anthony Posa was named personal representative, did that grant you access to the probate file?
That granted me access to the court probate file, so all the filings in that estate that had been made with the court. It didn't give me access to Jessy's attorney, Lisa Martinson's file. So I'm not sure which court file, or which estate file you mean.
Well, I think you answered my question, but essentially you then had access to the actual court filings in
Yes.
Lynn Hernan's probate matter.
Correct.
Okay. And is one of the, well, I'm sorry, let me not assume, did you go through that court file?
We did, yes.
In looking through that court probate file, did you find something involving an inheritance loan?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So in the court filings, there's quite a bit of paperwork that deals with an inheritance loan. That's the best way to describe it. It's a program where somebody who's a beneficiary of an estate can pledge their inheritance and basically get cash up front.
Have you had clients of yours utilize something like that before?
I have not.
Have you been familiar with that type of process in your career?
I've known that it existed, but I've never dealt with it before.
Okay, so I'm not very good with numbers, but can you, as basically as you possibly can, in a perfect world, how would an inheritance loan work?
So recall that it's the beneficiary of the estate pledging their inheritance to get cash sooner. So Jessy pledged, in theory, her share of the estate. She got $10,000 of cash in, I believe it was February of 2020. And then she was obligated to repay the inheritance funding company $18,700 if the amount was repaid kind of at a later date, if that term extended longer. She was able to sell the condo and get cash and pay back that loan in about 2 months. So she paid $14,000, and that extra $4,700 was refunded to her.
Okay, let's pull up Exhibit 74, please. I think I heard you say February of 2020, Ms. Kurczeweski did that?
I believe so.
Okay,
I
and
don't know why
do you
anybody
recognize
would
what
do
Exhibit
that.
74 is?
Yeah,
You're gonna
yes,
your
that's
money
the
away.
assignment that Jessy and the inheritance funding company both signed and filed in the probate.
Okay, and do you see the filing stamp on there in the top right corner?
2019. I had my years wrong, sorry.
Okay, no worries, I just want to make sure we
Yeah.
have it right. So February of 2019.
2019, yep.
Okay, and does it talk in that document about what amount Ms. Kurczeweski was essentially putting up or offering the loan company for that $10,000?
Can you scroll it down? There we go. So the 8,700 right here.
8,700 or?
Sorry,
18.
18,700.
Okay.
And then she got the immediate cash payment of 10,000.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, this company gave Ms. Kurczeweski $10,000 with the promise that when she got her share of the inheritance, she would give them $18,700.
Correct.
And then you said something about an early payment
don't
type
get
thing?
it.
What is that?
So apparently they give you a little bit of a discount if you can pay back sooner. And so it was paid back.
Regina, object the foundation as to how this witness knows what this company does.
It's in the paperwork.
If she knows, she may answer. Overruled.
So since there was cash in the estate, that was used to pay back the inheritance funding company.
Okay, and in fact, that early payoff rebate, can we see that in paragraph 3 there on?
Yes.
Okay, and so can you just finish describing that process?
So when a check was written to Attorney Martinson's attorney trust account for her fees and costs, plus the amount to pay back the Inheritance Funding Corporation. That was used to pay back $14,000 to the Inheritance Funding Corporation. $4,700 was rebated to Jessy, and then the balance was payment for Attorney Martinson's fees and costs. So the loan was actually repaid with estate funds rather than inherited funds.
Is that how it's supposed to work?
No.
If we can go briefly to Exhibit 76, please, page 1. And if we can scroll down just a little. And Attorney Taylor, right above that signature on the right-hand side, do you see an amount listed as attorney fees or attorney and then a number to the right of it?
Correct, yeah.
What is that number?
That number represents the attorney's fees paid out of estate assets,
And what was the attorney's fees in this case?
$3,020.
Okay. And as the personal representative's attorney now, after Judge Maxwell's order, were you also able to get access to the estate bank account?
Yes,
And were you able to see what had actually come out and gone into that account?
yes.
All right, I'd like to show just the witness exhibit 123, please. And if we can just scroll through a few pages, Mr. Vulcanier, for Attorney Taylor. Attorney Taylor, we've gone through about 5 pages, 6 pages now. Do you recognize what exhibit 123 is?
It looks like the copies of statements from the estate checking account.
Okay. And when you had access to this, and Mr. Volkner, if we could, I'm sorry, let me first move in Exhibit 123 in evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 123 is received.
And I would ask to publish it.
No objection.
Permission to publish is granted.
And if we could go to page 5 of that exhibit, please. Attorney Taylor, do you recognize what we're looking at on page 5 of Exhibit 123?
I do. It's a copy of the April statement.
And in that April statement, do you see any additions or deposits into that estate account?
No,
And do you see a number of subtractions?
I do.
Do you see sort of in the middle of that subtractions column a rather large number?
I do. That 22,113, that was the payment to Attorney Martinson's trust account.
In, on this financial document, is that 22,000 figure, is that linked to any checks?
Check 1008.
All right, and Mr. Volkner, could we please go to page 19 of that same exhibit? And if we scroll down, Attorney Taylor, are you able to see that check number 1008?
Yep, I sure do.
And does it appear to have the same figure on it?
Same 22,113 written to Croak Law Office.
And do you know what that law office is?
That's Attorney Martinson's firm.
Okay. So, Attorney Taylor, can you explain to us if the legal fees in this case were
I thought that said Croak Law Office, and I
$3,020,
was
why
like,
is there a
that's
check to
appropriate.
Attorney Martinson for over $22,000?
But it's Croak.
That was one of the first questions we asked when we got the bank statements. And Attorney Martinson let me know that that 22,000,
Hearsay.
Judge, it just goes to what she did next in handling the estate with Mr. Holmes.
All right, so it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
Correct.
All right, the following answers, not being offered for the truth of the matter, but to understand why this witness took the next steps that she did. With that, you may answer.
the 22,000 was payment of the approximately $3,000 fees. There were about $300 of costs. Those are filing fees and publication costs. Then the balance was that 18,700, 14,000 of which was sent to the inheritance funding company to repay them, and $4,700 of, $4,700 of which went back to Jessy.
Okay. So, again, if I understand you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the way this was done, that $4,700 should have been put back in the estate when it was refunded, correct?
Correct.
And as well as the original $14,000 then?
The original $10,000 that was received from the inheritance funding didn't flow into the estate. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking what of the inheritance loan funding should have been put back in the estate?
Oh, so the repayment should have, number one, come from Jessy personally, not from the estate. And that $4,700 that didn't have to be paid back to the inheritance funding company should have gone back into the estate.
Okay. And if we go back to page 5 of Exhibit 123, please, Mr. Vulcanier? And if we, I believe we have to scroll up to go chronologically in order. If we could scroll up to page 4. And scroll up to page 3, please. Do you see what month we're in here?
May?
So we're in the following month from that payment to the law office?
Correct.
Do you see any additions of any kind?
I do not.
Maybe just an 11-cent interest payment there?
Oh, I do see 11 cents in interest. I'm sorry, yes.
Nothing of $1,000?
Nothing of substance, right.
Okay, and if we continue to scroll up to page 2, it appears this June 6, 2019 is sort of the end of this estate account?
Yes.
So in your review, was any money from that inheritance funding ever put back into the estate account?
Not that I could identify, no.
Okay. Having this background, along with sort of the debt of Ms. Hernan that you talked about, did you look into any other activity on this estate bank account?
It was very interesting. The statements show a large amount of cash being withdrawn from the estate account, which struck me as very unusual.
Can we go back to page 19 of Exhibit 123? Attorney Taylor, do you recall approximately how many cash withdrawals were made?
It was in the $50,000 range.
Okay, so you remember a dollar amount?
Yes.
Do you remember how many?
How many transactions?
Correct.
I would be making a guess, but I would guess 15 to 20.
Okay, and you beat me to my next question, but you remember the approximate dollar amount of those cash withdrawals?
Yes, 50. It was in excess of 50,000.
And if we were to scroll over the next several pages, we would see those cash withdrawals that you saw?
Cash withdrawals, and there are a few checks, either written to cash or written to, there's one written to Jesse's mom. One written to herself.
Wonder why Jesse's mom's not in trouble.
Now, as we continue to scroll, Attorney Taylor, certainly there are some legitimate payments to creditors or expenses related to the estate. Is that fair?
Fair, yep.
Okay. And in your experience, and that's fine, Mr. Baltiner, thank you. We've scrolled now to page, gotta get my eyes checked, page 25. In your 27 years of experience, you've sort of helped people manage estate accounts?
Yes.
Is there anything per se illegal about taking cash withdrawals?
No.
Are there any rules to it when a personal representative does take cash withdrawals?
A personal representative is a fiduciary, and they have an obligation to act in the best interest of the beneficiaries of the estate. So not the personal representative's best interest, but the beneficiaries. And so there are certainly things I could think of that would be legitimate reasons for taking cash out of an estate account. Maybe somebody needs to pay the painters in cash or something like that to repaint before selling. But I can't think of a reason you'd need that large a sum of cash.
Do you know, while you were representing Mr. Posa, did he or yourself ever reach out to Ms. Kurczeweski to ask what in the world were all these cash withdrawals about?
I did ask Attorney Martinson that question, and she didn't know anything about them. But I didn't ask Jessy. She was incarcerated during this period.
Understood. In your experience, again, 27 years of doing this work, have you ever seen $50,000 of cash withdrawals from an estate account?
No.
Now, going back to the probate case, sorry, I keep mixing my words, probate case, what's the current status of the probate case?
The probate is open, but there's really nothing left to do other than anything that is dictated by the outcome of this litigation.
Earlier, we talked about you filing the petition to have Ms. Kurczeweski removed as the personal representative and Anthony put on, correct?
Correct.
And that was granted, you said?
Correct.
Did Ms. Kurczeweski object to that?
I don't believe so, no. I don't believe she was in attendance. I'm not sure if she was in attendance at that hearing. I don't believe so.
Are you aware of new court filings after she was removed from the personal representative made by Ms. Kurczeweski?
Yes.
And was one of those something declared a new or somehow a different will than what was originally filed?
Yes.
Have you seen a copy of that?
I have.
In your 27 years of experience, have you ever seen anybody in a probate case come forward with a different or new will?
No, I can't say that I have.
Did you wonder about that?
Yeah,
It's only happened on
certainly raised a lot of
TV.
questions because when a will is admitted to probate, the application to the court to open the probate and admit the will is a sworn statement. So by admitting the will initially, there was a sworn statement signed by Jessy that that was in fact the last will.
And that would have been in October of 2018?
Correct.
And are you aware around what time this new will was filed?
It was in, I believe it was first filed in October or November of 2019, the
So-
year after Lynn's death.
Okay. And you said you were curious about that.
Yes,
Never seen it before.
never seen it before.
Were you able to determine any sort of explanation?
Really, no. It was kind of a particularly curious will because it was handwritten, which isn't prohibited. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's unusual. And it was witnessed by Jessy and her mother. And they were the beneficiaries under the will, which is a little bit of a problem.
When that was filed, was it before or after you were successful in having Mr. Posa put on as the personal representative?
I believe it came right after, but I would have to look back at the filing dates to know that for sure. It was right around the same time.
Okay. Prior to it being filed, were there any other filings in this court probate matter of a different will hanging out there?
No.
Were there any talks of tests to either beneficiary that they would have to pass or something like that?
Well, in addition to trying to file the new will with the court, Jessy filed a number of letters that were allegedly written by Lynn, and they talked about a test for Anthony, that the first will was, the plan was to try to admit the first will and see whether Anthony objected or caused problems or something, I guess, and then admit the second will where he wasn't a beneficiary if he caused
That is
problems,
so
something like that.
dumb.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Again, in your 27 years of experience doing this, have you ever seen anything like this?
I'm gonna say
Anything
no.
closely resembling a test will?
No.
Now,
Oh,
you said the probate case is just kind of hanging in limbo right now, correct?
It is.
And,
Sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
and does that have anything to do with this case that we're here for?
It does to some degree. If Jessy were to be convicted of killing Lynn, she would not be entitled to inherit from Lynn's estate.
And to be fair, Mr. Posa would stand to benefit then,
He
correct?
would, he would.
Now, earlier there was talk with Mr. Posa about not really having anything to gain. Would you agree with that?
Not really having anything to gain in terms of,
Well, theoretically, he would stand to gain something. Would you
he
agree?
would, yeah, yeah.
He's going to gain
In your
something. He
27
just
years
acts
of
like he
experience,
doesn't
practically, do you
care.
believe there's anything for him to gain?
Is he subject to, or is there financial gain kind of potentially out there? Yes. Do I think it's substantial enough that it would influence him? No, I don't.
Do you yourself, you're his attorney, correct?
I am.
You're charging him money, presumably,
In theory.
in theory. Do you yourself stand to gain anything financially?
She's like, I'm
in this
waiting
case?
for this verdict so I know if I'm going to get paid or not.
Anthony initially paid some of my fees for, I don't know, the first few months of the representation. When the situation kind of became clear, it didn't make sense to me that he would be paying for, out of his pocket, for me to kind of keep an eye on the estate until things could be resolved. So those fees are just accruing. If the estate gets money, I suppose I would be paid those fees.
You'd get your fees, would it be some sort of windfall or pretty standard fees?
I think right now my outstanding fees are in the maybe $5,000 or $6,000, something like that.
Is that pretty standard for you in the work you do?
I would say that's pretty typical for an estate, although this is a very not typical estate. It's not a significant portion of my receipts in a calendar year, if that makes any sense.
Sure. Would it cause you to change your testimony that you stand to gain maybe $5,000 to $6,000?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. That's all the questions I have.
All right, before we have cross, I am going to give the jury a break.
He must be falling asleep.
So we'll take about 15, 20 minutes, you know, it's an approximation, but all right for the jury, please.
I hope I can get these last heard cross and these other two witnesses in an hour, because that's all the time I have left.
All right, thank you. We are in recess. Please be back here in about 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Now, ma'am, you said you handle wills, correct?
Do I draft wills? Yes.
Yes. And is it safe to say that normally the person that you meet with ends up being the personal representative of the will?
Usually when I meet with a family, I want the person who's going to be the personal representative to be part of that discussion, yeah.
Is it uncommon that the personal representative is also the beneficiary?
Is that uncommon? No, it's really not.
And there are even times that they're the only beneficiary, correct?
There are times, yeah.
And in regarding this, we addressed this loan that Jesse apparently got with the estate. That's like a payday loan, isn't it?
It is kind of like that, yeah. Get your money now.
And you indicated that Mr. Posa came forward and he thought something was strange, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
And he said that he was sent to you, or he talked with sheriff personnel or detectives or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Did he identify who those individuals were?
He may have told me at the time, but no, I don't recall.
Did he tell you about what month and year that this happened, that he approached you?
What month and year did he approach me? Initially, it was in the spring of 2019. I can't remember if it was April or May.
And did he have any information regarding his discussion with some of these detectives, like documents?
Did he have documents from his discussion with the
Why does she
detectives? Not that I
keep
recall, no.
repeating his question.
Did you ask for names and numbers of these detectives?
Did I ask for names and numbers?
So you never connected yourself with the detectives?
I did talk with one of the detectives. I can't recall his name right now. Back then, yeah.
And were you able to get documents from that detective?
I don't think I got any documents from him, though, no.
And you found that we'll strike that. Did you make contact with the attorney that was handling the estate?
I did,
And that would be Lisa Martinson, correct?
correct.
And she had filed these documents with the estate court, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't appear to think it was strange. Would you agree?
I don't know if she thought it was strange or not.
Were you aware that Lisa Martinson had handled the estate of Lynn Hernan's mother, Lorraine?
I think I did know that, yeah.
And that happened in the year about 2013. Were you aware of that?
No, I didn't know when. I didn't have anything to do with that estate.
And did Lisa Martinson inform you that she had handled Lorraine Hernan's estate and knew Lynn Hernan from that point on to 2018?
Did Attorney Martinson tell me that? No, I don't recall.
Did it appear that Miss Martinson was really familiar with the family, the Hernan family?
No, I didn't particularly have that impression.
Well, she knew them she knew Lynn since 2013.
Object to relevance.
You could be absolutely right.
Hold on, there's been an objection, overruled, so now you may answer.
I don't know what happened in 2013 or Lisa
She should know
Martinson's
the rules of an
relationship with the
objection.
Hernan family. I don't really know anything about any of that.
Do you know anything?
Were you aware that Lisa Martinson drafted Lynn Hernan's will?
No, I actually thought an attorney named Bob Gonzalez drafted Lynn's will.
And so you're not aware that Lisa Martinson works with Bob Gonzalez?
I do know that they work together, yes.
I think these are the questions you ask when you don't have any questions to ask.
And you have handled many wills, I take it?
Have I administered estates? Yes.
And how many estates have you handled where the person who passed away is 62 years old?
Don't ask
How
this
many
question.
estates have I handled where the person who passed away is 62?
Correct.
I'm not sure.
If you could give me a number.
Don't finish this
I have
question.
no idea. How many decedents were exactly 62?
Correct.
I would have no idea.
Good grief.
How many estates have you handled who are 62 and female?
If I don't know how many were 62, I don't know how many were 62 and female.
How about single, never married?
This is a
Single,
lawyer
never
getting
married.
outlawyered by a lawyer. Oh my gosh.
Again, I don't track my decedents by age, so I do know their birth date and their date of death, but I don't, that's not something I note. That's
Hey,
not
ask
important in the administration.
How many are
Well, how many
62
estates have you
and
handled where the
had
person
that debt? Because that answer is
is
0.
single and have no dependents?
A handful,
Give me a number.
5.
And how old were those individuals?
And how old were they? I
She
don't know.
doesn't know.
I would need to refer to my files.
He has been annoying all day.
And these individuals were never married?
I have handled estates for some people who were never married, yes.
And no dependents?
I have
no
nothing to
dependents,
ask,
correct.
so I'm just going to
Approximately
ask
how many,
stupid
less than
questions.
5?
I said about 5.
How many
I
of these same 5 committed suicide?
Oh my gosh.
I'll say
This is
2.
painful.
It's a guess.
I don't want you to guess. How many you know?
Without my files,
She
I can't give you an
doesn't
exact
know.
number. I don't know. This has been over 27 years.
I mean, it's not strange that somebody who's single, no dependents, wants to spend all her money before she passes away. Correct?
Sorry, I
Shouldn't-
didn't think he was still going. Objection, vague, and speculation.
Assistant.
Spend all her money.
That's the
She
form of the
racked
question.
up
You can
debt.
rephrase if you'd like.
If you handle estates where the person who passed away spent all their money,
Yes, I have handled estates where there is a deficit. The expenses exceed the assets.
I don't know where my mouse is.
and in this case, the deficits didn't exceed the assets, correct?
Correct.
But there are cases where a person passes away and they leave nothing.
That is true.
And when you were deciding what you thought was unusual, did Anthony or Mr. Posa provide you what has been described here as letters that Lynn wrote that were, in his words, distress letters?
I have seen letters that have been attributed to Lynn.
Don't think he
I don't know
called
that
them
I called them
distress letters.
distress letters.
I don't even know that he believed they were from her.
I mean, it was his, I'm sorry, it was his words, not my words.
Okay.
What,
don't know
can
if
you
that's
describe what letters that you observed or that you read?
There were some letters that Jessy filed with the court, along with the new will, that purported to explain why the new will existed.
And were those letters, did they have a name on the letters as to who drafted it?
Oh, I'm sure it was Lynn.
I believe they were signed with Lynn's name.
So those letters all have Lynn Hernan's name on it?
I don't remember if it said Lynn or Lynn Hernan. I'm not sure.
How many pages of those letters did you read?
I don't know if it was 4 or 6.
What was your impression of the letters?
They were
Given that
stupid.
they referred to the new will and talked about the new will and all of the concern I have about the new will, I didn't put much weight on them.
Well, the new will, you're referring to the one that was filed by Jessy, if I can give you
In 2019, yes.
exhibit number 56. I think this has been published, Judge.
How come I feel like this guy's repeatedly shooting himself in the foot over and over and over again with these with this line of questioning? Like, just stop.
I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number
You
56.
cannot gain any ground.
Mr. Cedar.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, okay, put it back up for the witness, please.
Were these the letters, you want me to scroll slowly?
Yeah, if you would scroll down some.
Am I scrolling too fast? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I don't know that I've ever seen this particular letter. I want you to do this for
Let me take you to,
the first one about the cats. I don't think I'd ever seen that.
I'm showing
Yeah,
you,
this is the will, the new will, right.
so this was provided to you by the court, or Jessy sent that directly to you?
Both. When she filed it, when she files anything with the probate, I see it electronically because I'm on the probate.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask for a sidebar briefly on this issue?
And let's use the same exhibits that were used previously, so.
Is this like
This is a
because he
court
wants to do a mercy killing of that attorney? Oh my goodness. Sorry, Jesse. I think they've got you on the financials. Hopefully they don't just attribute that to making you an unaliver, but I think they have you on financials just from what we've seen. That quote unquote new will is horrible and clearly written by you while you were incarcerated. Oh my goodness. I wonder if he's over there telling the judge, like, can you make him ask a real question or not ask any more at all? We haven't hardly heard from the lady attorneys today. It's just been a man day. And the prosecutor, I don't know what her first name is, Nikolai. She's been having a hard time staying awake. Yes, I agree, Carmen. I can't put it up on the screen. But I agree. But she's probably going to get roped in.
You may continue.
Or you don't have to. That's good. You can say no more questions.
Got the exhibit in front of you.
I do, yep.
That exhibit number, I move that exhibit number 56 into evidence and ask that it be published.
I don't object, subject to what we discussed at sidebar.
Understood.
She just said.
Exhibit 56 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Oh, wow, he lost. Interesting. I thought she said use the same exhibits.
Ma'am, exhibit number 56 is in front of you, page 5. Do you see it?
Yes.
It's entitled Last Will and Testament of Lynn Hernan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, Lynn A. Hernan, yep.
And then it first starts out with I, Lynn Hernan, being of sound mind and body.
Yes, it does.
And this is the letters that you said you reviewed in this case, correct?
The
think
first
that's
page
Lynn's
you showed
writing
me
from
didn't
what we
look
first
familiar,
saw.
but these later pages do.
And at page, the second point in that paragraph, it seemed like whoever wrote it made a mistake. And corrected
Yes, they
it
did.
with the correct word in the paragraph, correct? Outside the paragraph.
Yes, it
Would
looks
you
like the
agree?
word tangible is crossed out and then written in the margin.
I'd like to see this compared to the
And then
ones found in her house.
paragraph, or point number 3 in that paragraph, it says, I give, devise, and bequeath all of my remaining property which I may own at the time of my death to Jessy Kurczeweski, correct?
Correct.
He can't even say her last name.
And
Well, that's convenient.
in that sentence, the last name of Jesse's incorrectly spelled.
Well, gee, you don't think she could misspell her own last name?
Oh, yeah, it's missing a W.
And it says in the next paragraph, in the event that Jessy R. Kurczeweski does not survive me, I give, devise, and bequeath all of my remaining property which I may own at the time of my death to be donated to the Wisconsin Humane Society. You see that?
So
Yes, I
she's
do.
just trying to
And
say she
Ms.
took Anthony
Kurczeweski's name in the
Posa out of it altogether.
Underline again is misspelled.
Give me a break.
It looks like the W is in there.
The C, but not the E. I can hear her whispering.
Is there but not the E?
Attorney Kukler,
See right here,
it's you question. Make this guy stop.
Oh, yes, I see that one is also misspelled. I thought you were looking at the one up above.
So these are the letters that you're referring to, correct? That you were talking about?
Yes. I believe so.
I think they will, Carmen. They've.
And on
I
page
think
2.
they had her do some handwriting
On the
samples. We just
second
haven't seen it
line,
yet.
it says, I then nominate Jenny M. Flower. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. Flower's name is Jennifer.
Oh,
her first
good
name.
grief. She's
Okay.
Jenny Flower on tons of Lynn's original stuff that we saw.
Again, on the bottom page of this is Lynn Hernan's signature, correct?
It says Lynn A. Hernan, yes. I don't know that she signed it.
And it wasn't accepted into probate because
It's fake.
Jessy stood to inherit, not because it wasn't Lynn's intent, correct?
Object to speculation.
The witness may answer if she knows, given her role in the probate case.
Can you ask that again? I didn't understand your question.
I said it
Nobody
wasn't
did.
accepted into probate because Jessy stood to inherit, not because it wasn't Lynn's intent. True?
I would have to be guessing why Judge Maxwell didn't admit it, and I think it has much more to do with the fact that there was already a will purported to be the last will of Lynn that was admitted to probate.
That Jessy admitted.
You would have to agree that you can't witness
She
a
wouldn't
will
have
and be
to
a
agree to
beneficiary,
anything.
correct?
You can, the statute actually contemplates that.
So there. This took a really bad turn for her today.
The statute says that if you are a witness to a will, you're limited to your intestate share of the estate.
And mostly with this witness.
And for somebody who's unrelated to the decedent and not married to the decedent, there is no intestate share.
Correct. And in this case, Jesse's share would be 0.
That is correct.
And on page 7 of that document, it seems to, Lynn is given, if it's Lynn's writing on this will, she's given instructions to Bob Gonzalez, correct?
Well, it looks like it's instructing Jesse to call Bob Gonzalez, yeah.
And you've indicated who's Bob Gonzalez?
He's an estate planning attorney in Madison.
And he was the one who handled Lorraine Hernan's estate, correct?
It was my understanding that he had drafted Lynn's, the will of Lynn's that was admitted to probate.
It's given direction to Lisa Martinson, correct?
I think it's giving direction to Jesse to call Attorney Gonzalez and Attorney Martinson.
And this is the paragraph where it's talking about Testa Anthony.
Right.
And as you scroll through these documents,
My
you
advice,
see
use the new will
Lynn
without
Hernan's
Anthony, save the headache and the
signature on it,
trouble.
correct?
Give me a
I
break.
see a signature that says Lynn A. Hernan.
You tried too hard there, Jesse. Oh my goodness.
I'm at the bottom of page 9 again. There's somebody who's written the name Lynn Hernan on it. The date is September 3rd, 2018, correct?
I see that, yes.
And from this case, you know Lynn Hernan passed on October 3rd, 2018, correct?
I do.
And above her signature, the last sentence, she's talking to Jenny, and she's saying, Jenny, thank you for being my best friend, correct?
It looks like that's what it says, yes.
I think that's what old Jesse's saying.
And she says, you know me,
I mean,
and
I know he's
goodbyes.
gotta try.
I'll see you someday walking around the yellow brick road. Or in our case, in the sand on the beach, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And you weren't here previously, but when Anthony Posa testified, he indicated that Lynn Hernan it's very common to her to refer to the yellow brick road.
Okay.
Objection to that misstates testimony and asks for comment on another witness's testimony.
Yeah, he never
Sustained.
said that. He said she liked the Wizard of Oz. She said she liked the Wizard of Oz in her original will. Or something
further
earlier
questions,
that we
Jim?
saw today. Thank goodness.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, thank you,
Please
Your
say
Honor.
no. Ugh,
If I could have Exhibit 56,
you don't
please.
need to, sir.
As we bring that back up, Attorney Taylor, do you know
Those are
where
Boston's
those
her
various
favorite
letters
movie,
that were part of Exhibit 56 came from?
They were filed with the court along with the new will, and there was a request to admit them to probate.
Okay, that's how you came to know of them, correct?
That's how I came to know them, yes.
Do you know where those physical letters actually came from?
No.
Okay. And at least as far in Exhibit 56, one moment. Do you see it up on your screen now?
I don't yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I rushed it. Let me know when it's up on your screen,
Okay.
please. Yes, please. Thank you. No, Attorney Taylor, if this exact document had been filed in the probate court, would there be some sort of court markings on it?
Yeah, at least on the first page, yes, if this isn't, I don't know if this is the first page.
Okay. Nonetheless, do you see any
Oh my
court
goodness.
indications on that sheet of paper?
Just the
Please
exhibit
put them
56.
down.
Okay. Let me show you Exhibit
And
222.
them with my ashes and parents.
I'm sorry, just to the witnesses. It's not in evidence yet.
Ah.
Thank you.
Is that what
Oh.
she did to her poor
Okay, hold on.
cats?
Now,
So trying to find them a home.
do you recognize what these items are?
This is, it looks like the same letter, but with the file stamp that it's been filed in the probate.
They appear to be the same letters Attorney Galloway's just went through with you.
I think so, yes.
The only difference is these have some sort of court notations on them.
Correct.
And what is the case number in the upper left corner of that document on page 1 of Exhibit 222, please?
18 PR 561.
Do you know that to be the case number related to Lynn Hernan's estate?
Yes, that's her estate probate case.
All right, I would move Exhibit 222 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
I would ask to publish it, please.
Exhibit 222 is received. Permission to
lose half
publish
the jury
printed.
if they see
No.
that she
Oh,
just
let me wait
put
till
down
the jury, I'm sorry.
cats or
Getting ahead of myself.
animals in general.
Okay, thank you. The jurors have indicated with a thumbs up it's on in their jury box. Attorney Taylor, aside from the case number, can you see a date when these letters were filed with the probate court?
Objection, all events.
Overruled.
June 17th, 2020.
I want to poison
know-
them with me.
Whether Ms. Kurczeweski was incarcerated on June 17th of 2020.
As far as I know, she was.
So she was filing these letters while incarcerated.
Oh my.
That's my understanding, yes.
Had you ever seen these letters prior to June
I know
17th
you
of
have
2020?
put down so many of your
I don't believe so,
own.
no.
And again, you don't know where the exhibits from, Exhibit 56, the documents, I should say, from Exhibit 56, you don't know where those were taken from.
I don't.
Okay. And finally, just one thing to clear up. I think Attorney Galaviz was asking you why we've been calling it the new will, and these letters were not accepted into the probate case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If I show you, and I'm sorry, just the witness, I believe, I don't think this one's in yet, Exhibit 221. Do you recognize what Exhibit 221 is?
Yes, that's Judge Maxwell's order declining to admit the new will.
And does it state a reason on that document?
That one, so she actually tried to admit them.
Hold on, can you just answer the question?
I'm sorry. It does. It says that the documents that were trying to be filed weren't properly served on all the interested parties.
And what was the date of that court order by Judge Maxwell?
That was November 11th, 2019.
To your knowledge, has that new will or any of these letters we've been talking about, have they ever been admitted to that probate account or case?
No. They've been filed, and so they're associated with the case. They're in the electronic file, but they haven't been admitted to probate. So nobody, the judge hasn't made a ruling that this new will is in fact Lynn's final will.
Okay, and that goes back to this November 11th, 2019 date.
Yes.
So nothing has
I'm gonna
changed since
vote
then
because
related to
it's
the new
not.
will and these letters.
No, they've been refiled. They were refiled after November 2019, but still not admitted.
Okay. And so the original will from October of 2018 still rules the day in the
Yes.
probate matter?
Yes.
All right. Attorney Taylor, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Cross.
Go
Can you
ahead.
keep the exhibit back up again?
It's still up.
Why?
Okay.
Are you talking about 221?
That's
The order?
hardly
Or something
allowed
different?
this.
221.
You want it published?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Ah.
Just real quickly before I do that, just for the record, I would move it into evidence.
No objection.
I guess I jumped the gun a little bit, given his request. It is received, and jury may view it through publishing.
The second paragraph on that exhibit, what is the reason why it wasn't accepted? What does it state in the exhibit?
She did not provide
What I
any
said before,
evidence.
that the documents weren't properly served on the interested parties in the estate.
No further questions.
Why did he even ask that?
Thank you. You may step down.
And I would ask that Attorney Taylor be released from any subpoenas.
Objection.
You are released from your subpoena. Thank you again for being here.
Oh, I thought he said objection. I was like, seriously?
All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Todd Zada.
I don't know who this is.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would make your way all the way up to the witness stand, which is on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Todd Zada, Todd, S, Z as in zebra, A, D as in dog, A.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Zada, how are you employed?
Self-employed. I own my own company.
At one point, did you own a business called ServPro?
Yes.
When did you own that business from and until?
About March 2010 until January 12th of 2023.
What kind of work did ServPro do generally?
Fire and water damage, cleanup, restoration.
And sometime in 2021, did representatives of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department come to your ServPro business to talk to you?
Yes.
Did they bring with them an invoice that they wanted you to look at?
Yes.
All right, I'd ask to show the witness Exhibit 65, page 40. This has already been introduced in evidence, so I'd ask to publish it.
Go
No
ahead.
objection.
It's going so much faster this morning.
It's tired after
Thank you.
that last line of questioning. It doesn't want to work
Mr.
anymore.
Zada, does this appear to be the invoice that the Waukesha Sheriff's representative showed you?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about it right away?
Yes. The formatting is very different than the formatting we're required to use. Our accounting software is QuickBooks, and that's not the format that we're required to use.
Okay. Nevertheless, if you look towards that sort of middle section, do you see something where it's labeled an authorization code?
Yes.
And is that a term that routinely appeared on your invoices from ServPro, an authorization code?
No.
Were you able to do anything with that authorization code?
No.
Did the sheriff's representatives ask you to look up any name associated with that particular invoice we're looking at?
Yes.
And that was a Jessy Kurczeweski, it appears?
Correct.
Did you in fact search your business records?
Yes.
Did you find any jobs associated with a Jessy Kurczeweski?
No.
And if I could take this down briefly and show the witness just Exhibit 94, please. Did the Sheriff's Department personnel ask you for what a ServPro invoice would look like?
Yes.
Were you able to provide them with one?
Yes.
Do you see Exhibit 94 on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a standard ServPro invoice with the proper formatting directly out of QuickBooks.
Now, before I have to publish it, there's a name and address and such given. Is that a real person?
No, that's a fictitious name that was used just to create the sample invoice.
Okay. And is that because you were asked to create an invoice?
Yes.
Bless you. Okay, now I would move Exhibit 94 into evidence and ask to publish it.
No objection.
Exhibit 94 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
That journalist back there better not have gave everybody her cold. I don't want this thing to get delayed.
Ah, great. So again, Mr. Zada, what we're looking at right now in Exhibit 94 is an actual invoice that ServPro would give to a client.
Correct.
But this has nothing to do with a Jessy Kurczeweski.
Correct.
All right, and if we go back to Exhibit 65, please, Mr. Vulcanier. You're saying this is not a legitimate ServPro invoice.
Correct.
Did your invoices ever look like that?
No.
Never in 2018?
No.
2019?
No.
Never.
Never.
Never ever.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Any cross?
No.
Sir, did the sheriff's department or whoever contact you, did they ever ask you to check on whether or not you ever had to provide service to a Lynn Hernan?
I don't recall that name.
Do you recall, or your company provide, well, strike it, what does your company do?
At the time that we owned ServPro, it's a fire and water cleanup and restoration company. Also did mold remediation.
And their
So,
motto
yeah,
is
consist
make
of
it
mold
like it
inspections?
never happened.
Yes.
So if I was to show you a check that was written by Lynn Hernan to your company on September 14th, 2016 for a mold inspection, would you be able to recognize it?
Possibly.
I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 56, page 11.
Just to clarify the record, that's 568.
Strike that, 568, page 11. Thank you. That appear to be a check written to your company by Lynn Hernan on September 14th, 2016?
I mean, it's spelled ServPro, so that part is correct. I don't know if this is a check we actually received.
But it has a memo line mold inspection,
Yeah, that's what I see.
and it lists the same address on the check. Well, you see where it's been cashed on the right, the back of the check?
Yes, I see that.
Is that the company?
Yes.
It has to publish.
Go ahead. Are you offering it?
Yes, Judge.
Any objection?
Not to page 11.
All right, page 11 of Exhibit 568 is received.
Again, the back of the check seems to signify that it seems to suggest that your company cashed that check, correct?
I don't know for a fact that my wife and I are the only two that would ever deposit checks. She might have deposited that. I don't know if that account number is an actual account number.
But this was dated September 14th, 2016? The date of the check?
That's what I see.
And the address matches the invoice that you were shown?
Well, the R's are the
the
same
state?
as
On the back of the
quote-unquote
check,
new
yes,
will.
that does match our address at that time.
When was your company terminated?
It wasn't terminated. We sold it in January 12th of this year.
Yeah, can we just take down the screen and have a sidebar very briefly?
Sure.
Thank you.
What could possibly be hurting you about this?
Are you putting the other exhibit back up? Or are you done with it?
I'm done, Judge.
Okay.
Can you recall the name of the detective that questioned you regarding the state's exhibit?
I do not.
Do you recall when that interview took place?
The exact date, no, I'm sorry, I do not.
The reports indicate that you found no records at your business for a Lynn Hernan or a Jessy Kurczeweski or that address.
Is that a question? I'm sorry, I did.
Is that true?
Could you restate it, please?
I said the police reports indicate that you found no records at all for a Lynn Hernan or Jessy Kurczeweski or that address on Meadow Grass Circle.
That is correct.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Redirect?
Briefly, could we please bring up page 40 of Exhibit 65? Do you have that up in front of you?
No.
Sorry.
Not yet, it's coming shortly.
Thank you.
Should be there.
Mr. Zada, you testified earlier, this is the invoice that ServPro never used, correct?
Correct.
This is not something your company gave out to any client.
Correct.
Nevertheless, what is the date at the top of it?
December 18th, 2018.
And that is nowhere near in time to that check that Attorney Galaviz was asking you, fair?
Fair, that is correct.
Is this particular invoice associated with any Lynn Hernan?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you see any address on this invoice or what's purported to be an invoice that you can see?
The only address that I can see is the address of my business on the top.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you may step down.
Run away, sir.
May he be released from his subpoenas?
Yes, please.
All right. Any objection from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. He is released from his subpoena.
Last witness
Your Honor,
of
let's
the
do it next.
day.
And Kirby.
All right. Go ahead.
This was like a record day. We did 8 witnesses yesterday. And here's number 8.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby. If you would please make your way all the way to the front of the courtroom, up to the witness stand. It is next to me on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who will be on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Okay, first name is Ann, A-N-N, last name Kirby, K-I-R-B-Y.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, how are you employed?
I'm an office manager at VCA Milwaukee Emergency Center for Animals.
Oh,
What
no.
is some responsibilities as the office manager?
I'm the manager of the front desk. I do customer service,
Wow, this,
assist the medical
want to
director
hear
in
her.
scheduling for the hospital.
As part of that, do you help maintain records of the animals or receipts involved with animals?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to November of 2021. In November of 2021, did some officer come and meet with you about a receipt?
Yes.
All right. Can you just describe what they were wanting to talk to you about?
He came in and asked me if it was a receipt that came from our hospital. And I said no, that it had all the correct information on it, but none of the graphics were the same, and there was handwritten, like paid in full type things. It looked like it was made like off just a regular computer, and we don't do any handwriting on ours. Ours is all computerized. And the amounts weren't the same as what we had in our system.
So you kind of beat me to my next question here.
Sorry.
So you're reading my mind here. So at that point, did
well, that's not hard
that
to-
prompt you to look at your official records?
Yes.
Were you able to pull the receipt from that same transaction?
I hope this isn't
Okay.
about putting the cats down.
Your Honor, if I could just show the witness here, Exhibit 96.
Go ahead.
Ms. Kirby, on the top of Exhibit 96, do you see a date on there?
Yes. January 9th of 2019.
Okay. And then actually even higher on that, do you see where it says duplicate and then a date?
Oh, yes. 11/2 of 21.
Would that have been the time that the officer had come talk to you?
Yes.
Okay. And does that look like a true and accurate copy of the receipt that was provided from VCA regarding this subject?
Yeah, that looks like the one that I gave him. Yeah.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit 96 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 96 is received, permission to publish granted.
Ms. Kirby, if I could direct your attention to the patient portion of this receipt, could you give a name under that?
Oh, it is.
The name of the patient was Sam.
Okay. Could you give the date of birth?
1/9 of 2010.
Additionally, could you,
Well,
is there
Jesse,
a waste listed here?
sorry, you're gonna lose the
No.
jury with this
Okay.
one.
Moving on, I want to direct your attention to the detailed visit information. What date is that?
1/9 of 2019.
All right. And then, can you please tell the jury what the price was for the euthanasia?
The sex was
The
unknown.
price was $244 and 55 cents.
Specifically, just for the euthanasia, could you please read that amount?
Oh, I'm sorry, 148.55.
No problem, thank you. And then moving further down in the receipt, under invoice summary, does it give a patient name?
Sam again.
Okay. And if we could take down 96, and then just show to the witness, Exhibit 65, page 25. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize this document?
Yes, that's the one that the officer brought and showed to me and asked if that was the one that came from our hospital.
Okay. Your Honor, this has already been received, so I'd be asking for permission to publish.
Go ahead. And just for the record, it appears to be page 25 of 52 of Exhibit 65.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, on the top, do you see a date?
1/10 of 2019.
Is that different from the date in Exhibit 96?
Yes, I thought that it was 1/19 on the other one. Am I wrong?
We can actually show you Exhibit 96 again to help you
Sorry.
refresh. No, you're fine. What is the date on the top
Oh,
there?
1/9 of 2019.
No problem. Thank you. Can we go back to 65? Again, under
And that
the
says
patient
110,
information, does it give
19,
a
but it was paid in
name of the
18.
patient?
Wow, look at
No,
her.
this one states unknown.
Does it give a date of birth?
Predicting the future.
It says unknown again.
All right. Does it actually give a weight listed here?
Yeah, 6 pounds.
Thank you. Moving forward on the detailed visit information, what date does it provide there?
1/10 of 2019.
And specifically under euthanasia, what was the price?
248.55.
Is that the same price as the official receipt from your company?
No, I think it's slightly different.
Okay. Under the invoice
it's
summary,
$100
towards
more.
the middle of that document, does it talk about patient name?
Again, unknown.
Okay. And on the last few questions, on the top middle of Exhibit 65 on page 25, do you see an invoice number?
Yes. Looks like 854701 016.
And I would just ask Mr. Vulcanier to exhibit 96. Could you read the invoice number on that?
854-701-016.
Does that appear to match the other receipt?
No, I think it's different.
Can I just have you compare those again, please?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
And then flipping back to 96.
Yes.
So they do appear to be the same?
Yeah.
And lastly, is the client information on both of these receipts Jessy Kurczeweski? So if we could flip to exhibit 65.
Yes.
I apologize, Ms. Kirby. One final question.
Sure.
Can you just explain what euthanasia is?
Oh, do we have to?
Euthanasia is if a pet is sick or very advanced in age where they don't have a good quality of life. They are given medication to help them pass away.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
You should say no.
Ma'am, can you put back up exhibit number 96, please? 96, thanks. Now, ma'am, you testified that this is a legitimate receipt from your office?
My screen is blank.
I'm sorry.
It'll take a moment. There you go.
Yes.
So it signifies that on January 9, 2019, at 12:45, an individual who identified him or herself as Jessy Kurczeweski brought in a cat.
Yes.
And the cat's name was Sam, correct?
Yes.
And again, this is a receipt that you kept in your records that signified that transaction, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
That's it.
I'd be asking that she be released, please.
Okay.
All right, ma'am, you are released from your subpoena. Thank you again for being here.
Sorry, I
Any
had to
additional
talk
short
about
witnesses for
horrible
today, or?
things.
We do
No,
not
that's
have any
it.
additional short witnesses for today. I believe our next witness will be quite a lengthy one with financial documents.
Oh, good times.
All right, then we will break for the day. We all have eager trick-or-treaters to get to. Let me read the instruction to you.
Trick-or-treating in the snow in Wisconsin.
Do not begin your
last night.
deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented, and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations.
Beat
It also
her
extends
way
to all
up.
forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That was dumb. Dang it.
Thank you. Be seated.
She's like,
I
I'm
do have
so
two sidebars to
screwed.
put on the record. The first was during the cross-examination.
I agree, Carmen.
of-
Not a good day at all.
I believe Attorney Taylor. It was regarding document, oops, I just flipped from it, I think it was 56. The state asked for a sidebar because the state was concerned that the defense might be opening the door to further questioning about Ms. Kurczeweski's custodial status. And the defense proceeded in any event, although the state did indicate it would likely ask some follow-up questions during redirect. We did have a very brief, I mentioned, or I'd asked the defense if they wanted the questionnaire instruction. My apologies, I forgot to read it. I do intend to include that in the final jury instructions, and so there's always I think a concern that if I give the instruction too much, I'm over-highlighting it. So my apologies, though. I'd asked you that, you said yes, and I didn't read it, but we will have that in the final, and I will rely upon you going forward if you, meaning the defense, if you want me to read that
I do
cautionary
kind of wonder
instruction.
if the
at any
jury's
point in
picked
time
up on the
during
fact that
testimony of
she's
witnesses.
maybe
But
been
that, was the first
incarcerated more
sidebar.
than once.
The second sidebar, the state had asked
Even though
for,
that stuff can't
asked
come
that
in.
the documents not be published, and that was because there was a tab open that had a heading of goodbye letters. And this goes to a prior ruling by the court for both sides to avoid having tabs open when documents are published to the jury of exhibits that have not been received. And so I've given that admonition to both sides. So that was done, and that document, or actually they didn't publish after that. So anything you want to add to those sidebars, Attorney Sitzberger?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything you want to add, Attorney Galaviz?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, is there anything else we need to go over tonight from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, we'll see everyone tomorrow bright and early. We'll get going as close to 8:30 as we can. We are in recess.
Thank you.
All right. And all you people there, go home and get better because there's a lot of hacking, coughing, and some of you don't look so well. All right. I will be back Friday with today's. And then I'll probably have to do Thursdays on Saturday and Fridays on Sunday. Maybe. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll be like super short. Although they said their next witness is long. All right, we'll just see how it goes. Maybe I can start earlier. Maybe. We'll see. Thank you for being here. Thank you for, I don't know, if you've already subscribed, thank you. If you've hit the like button, thank you. If you are catching this on the replay, I would appreciate a like and subscribe. If you like and want to subscribe, I've got some hair going on up there today. I don't know. But yeah, today wasn't a good day for Jessy. Today they started all the financial stuff and it's coming in hot and it's coming in heavy. So I'm going to probably, I will be surprised if she does not get convicted on that. Still don't know about the old unaliving part because they've kind of steered away from that. I figured they'll steer back towards the end of their direct or at the end of the state's case. So I have to see how they do that. I'm going to rewatch the state's opening because I'm curious if they mention 6 bottles, like I mentioned earlier today, because that is in the Court TV's description of this trial. I knew I got it from somewhere, but I also was wrong on the cash. So I think it's like $250,000 now that she is accused of stealing. So I need to see if he's made that connection. I was kind of trying to listen today, but I need to be where I can sit down and put his numbers on paper to see if that's where he gets to in his opening and see about those bottles because they have already stated, their medical examiner's already stated she cannot say how much she ingested or how many bottles. And 6 bottles has not came up in testimony at all. So not that it I don't know if it matters. I haven't decided. I'm just curious. So I will be back Friday. I'm going to plan on 11. I will do my best just to get over my fear of going live and just do it. I tried to today and then I did my usual mess up my opening and I was like, yep, nope. So I didn't. And then I just changed it over once Carmen said she was there. She's my little comfort zone right now. Yeah, Carmen, just do it. You just do it. So plan on Friday at 11. If something changes, I will just set up something sooner. So if you have your notifications turned on, you should get a notification that I'm going live and then hopefully I don't chicken out. So thank you again for being here. I'm curious where this financial stuff's going. There should be a handwriting analysis coming up because that's what the jailhouse snitch testified to earlier today. She was witness number 3. She's a very short witness if you would want to go back and look at her testimony. I do think the defense did a good job of poking holes in her credibility though. So I don't know about that. She said Jessy was crying because she had to submit handwriting samples and she thought she would have paragraphs where she could change it. And it was basically just one line that they wanted her to write over and over and over again. So I have no idea if that's true, false, what have you. Guess we'll see what's coming up. So enjoy the rest of your night. It's 5 o'clock. I gotta go. And I will, let me try to end my stream over here. see you all Friday.